Hello everybody, welcome back to Wapoville. We're gonna give Mordred a shot here. It's gonna be a little bit different with the glowy stuff. Not gonna be all the shiny blue stuff. It's gonna be orange panel line type stuff. Not sure we're gonna be doing any freehand on that cloak there, but we'll see what we can get going on Mordred here. Lots of orangey lines again because, well, Mordred stuff. We're going to be doing lots of black armor too. You can see the references down there, right? Landrast. So yeah, it got real squirrely here, Landrast. There was a couple of times where I'm like, yeah, it's going to get interesting here. Yeah, there was a 80-mile-an-hour gust recorded at Midway. I'm seeing me some things we're going to get rid of here. Oh, Landrast, you have to see this new resin. Check this out. This is crazy stuff here, Landrast. I don't know if you've ever really used either this mechanic games. How you doing? And Zell, nice to see you. Hey, Switchblade. So look at this. So this is that stronger resin that Armored Wolf was talking about. That is supposedly easier to get rid of all of the supports and all that kind of stuff without things breaking. I think they'll appreciate that. Yeah, Switchblade. It worked out pretty much about best case scenario. I think you could pretty safely say that. And of course, it wouldn't be a stream without saying hello to Paul, right, Landrast? I mean, if we don't say hello to Paul, it's just not a stream. It wouldn't be a stream at all. So, great to see everybody. Um, we had to reprint a whole bunch of stuff. We had to reprint the Morgan Bust. It's that same red stuff. Kind of looks like a cough drop. Actually, it looks it looks pretty much like these. Yeah, basically, it looks like a big old print made out of Hall's cough drops, which I guess I could just save some money, maybe melt these things down and maybe make some resin out of it. Let me see if this thing fits on screen. Well, it almost does. That almost fits on screen. Well, that's well, we have to do a little bit of green stuffing on that first. I was trying out that ABS stuff. That is not, no, that's the PLA Plus. Not fabulous stuff, I gotta say. Not fabulous stuff, I gotta say, for sure. This mechanic games, probably not. It's just that is not a fantastic time for conventions to be. Uh, something like that, I really won't know till, well, September at the earliest, which is probably not so great. Yeah, anything beyond, well, a week from now is pretty much next year for me, unfortunately. So, thanks, Mechanic Ed Switchblade. You guys want to share some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. And of course, Zell, well, but I guess you kind of had immunity, right? You sort of granted yourself immunity by having getting sick in advance before you ever got there. Now, this Mechanic Games, will you be go? I'm guessing you'll be going to Dragonfall, and of course, this Mechanic Games again. If you wanted to, if you're doing some, are you teaching some classes there? Hey there, Camda. Sorry I didn't get a chance to see your message. I know you're writing message. It was something about the kids doing some painting, I think. I'll try and catch that. Try and see what you were writing there after the stream. Yeah, let's just do this. So this is gonna be again some black armor and such because we haven't done that in a while. Also, I've been working really hard. Oh, I got the figure paint printed out too. I don't have it out here, but I do actually have the figure printed out. So one of the next two streams probably will be painting the miniature, which is pretty well. It's got a lot of heavy-duty cybernetics going on here. That's no problem. Just Mechanic Games, no problem. And of course, well, Camd, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, let's do. Whoops. Okay, that might have been a little bit lighter than what I was thinking about, but we'll just roll with that. Well, that's you can never practice enough, even when it's just this morning, right, Camda? Now to get camped, if you wanted to post some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. So now, Landress, was the movie any good? Because didn't you say you just got back from that? Gosh, not that long ago, right? I don't know, maybe 18, 20 minutes ago, something like that. And so, if there was some stuff that you wanted to post about Adepticon or anything like that, the tournament there, please go ahead and do that. We're just doing the darker primer method. Nothing super special here. Just the usual kind of stuff. Going with some darker things here. We'll do some glazy things also. Now, but check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. I'm gonna go indigo with the hair. Yeah, I'm gonna go indigo on the hair. Here we'll go warmer on the armor. This mechanic games. If you got a YouTube or something, same thing there. Switchblade. You guys got a YouTube stuff you wants to share or Instagrams or anything like that? Please go ahead and do that. Let's do this here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Leo. Appreciate that. So what's with all these kings here? Yeah, there's like Aragorn. Hey, is this guy gonna be like a Sauron here? Dude, who's Sauron? Yeah, he looks a little bit too introspective to be Sauron anyways. So maybe he's not. It's our first post-Adepticon roll on the big Gandalf 6. Just escapes the 1. It was like this, and then it rolled over to a 2. For Leo, thank you so much for that follow. We appreciate that. And again, there's not much left. There's a lot there. Let's just say we're a little bit short on some of our Cyberthurians here. But like I was saying, instead of all the blue glow, right, like we got on Arthur here, this was the last one we just did. Thought it might be appropriate that we hit Mordred here. And again, you're gonna see the references down there. You can kind of see that there's some orangey glows and panel lines and such. That's what we're gonna be doing on Mordred here. Oh, thanks, Leo. Appreciate that. Now, Leo, I wish there was more of these to show you. Again, we're short a few of them now. A bunch of them are gone, but we still have Lancelot. Where's Galahad? Let's bring out Galahad here. There he is. There's Galahad. Shiny Galahad. Shiny wings. Gold. All that kind of shiny stuff. Let me put you out of the way there, and we'll get Lancelot over here. No, he doesn't go there. We'll put you over here then. Fine. That's how that's gonna work. Oh yeah, here's there's the we gotta do the I gotta do the bas relief version of him. So that's what I was originally gonna do today, was the bas relief version of him, but with all the stuff going on, there was no way to get well, the printers were pretty much closed off, right? Action Surge. Now, of course, even with black armor, we still have to make sure that there are reflections, right? Because metal surfaces always reflect their surroundings. Now, we have to really remember here that less is more and more is way too much, because we pile too much paint on here, it's going to be really tough to do all those orange lines. Now, of course, it's a lot easier to do those when you don't have a death grip on the brush, right? But of course, no matter what, we're starting out. Things must be messy before they can be neat. So Action Surge, if you wanted to share something in the chat, go ahead and please do that. So let's see. Don't we actually? This was the other one that really want to get to, because this is the cyber version, right, of our Bridget, with all the nifty stuff here, with all the fiber optics and everything, instead of wheat fronds. So we might have to get to that. Where's here again? We're doing all of our stuff with the oils like usual. This approach is actually more like what we did with the Galahad, by the way. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more like the Galahad here. Oh, by the way, yeah, the mounted baristas, the mounted baristas did win first place in the unit thing at Adepticon. So apparently that whole thing with chucking the scalding hot cups of coffee that worked at Adepticon too. So they are for sure the most feared unit in all of Wappleville, the most feared and hated and loathed unit in all of Wappleville because yeah, apparently well, they know what they're doing. They know how to intimidate, no doubt about it. Now here again, we're gonna go with some of the. We got ourselves. This is the. It's Williamsburg Payne's Gray, aka Indigo. It's more indigo than indigo. Never be able to figure that out. Oh, hey Camda, while we were at Adepticon, I did do the thing. Went on GPT and asked, okay, Pearline Crimson and the question about in Dancer in Blue. You know, the whole UV and ultraviolet spectrum thing, and it didn't say anything about that. Didn't really say that it registers like intentionally or something like that. It says it does. So yeah, there wasn't really a whole lot of info when it came to those two things and that kind of registering on those different spectrums. Let's do this here. So well, so hopefully the orcs can do their thing. Yeah, let me take this. So that's going to be our coal black and some of the Van Dyke brown. So they both have those properties. Well, I'm glad Cam did that. I don't know. What would you say that my guess was right? I just something told me there, Camden, that it had to be the case. I'm kind of glad that I wasn't imagining things. That was kind of nice. At least I'm not imagining stuff. I might actually go. Oh, I might go with a little bit of weathering here too. Yeah, we might do some of that. Cause that could be interesting. And let me do this. Let me do a little bit of this here. Let me start getting a little teensy bit of lighter stuff happening here. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little more here. So Leo, again, I hope that you're doing well, and thanks again for the follow. That is appreciated, of course. We'll be continuing again with more of our Cyberthurians. We're gonna do more. We're gonna do the other Mordred. We'll do the figure of Mordred. That will be the next one. Next stream. We'll see. Tomorrow could be another late one or whatever. I might try to do some extra streams during the week, this coming week or something like that. If it seems like there's going to be a break in all the other nonsense, then we'll give it a try. Now again, we're not going to have this as quite as shiny as what we had for Galahad. Not quite so shiny. We're just trying to again get some stuff that's a little teensy bit lighter. Not too light, not just yet. Not just yet. Here, let's start working this way a little bit. Again, doing the usual stuff with the oils. Now, so hopefully everybody got back from Adepticon in one piece. It's a good thing you got out when you did, because of the folks that were leaving later, yeah, they weren't leaving at all. And then, of course, today, yeah, can you imagine, Zell, if the weather would have been like it's been these last couple of days? And then again tomorrow? Now, Zell, you weren't at the Adepticon at the. Yeah, this was at the Westin. Yeah, this was at the Westin, and basically everybody was trapped in there because everything else around it flooded. Yeah, you couldn't get in there, but if you did get in there, you weren't getting out of there. Now that was many years ago. I want to say probably 2011, maybe 2012. Hey, there's Sector X. Sector X, there's a ton of stuff to show you. There's so much Sector X that there's just not enough messages. I'll try to sound. Who knows Sector X? I might just have to start from the end and go work back to the beginning because there's that much stuff to show you. So Sector X, hopefully everything has been. Well, I'm sure it's been all sorts of busy, and it's pretty much been that here too. It has very much been. It's almost like Adepticon never happened, and we're back in that initial frenzy phase. As in, like, everything is bonkers. Now we're pretty much just bouncing off of walls here. But we're trying out that new resin. It's some kind of elegoo resin. I have very detailed information. It's some kind of elegoo resin. But it's supposed to, again, it's still water washable. But it's supposed to be something where it's a little bit stronger, and that does seem to release the miniature better from the supports, especially the fragile parts. Yeah, Sectrix, I was imagining that things lately, I would just say the last month has been a little bit like a certain October of recent years. I would imagine that's kind of been the case. Hopefully not, but I'm pretty sure it has been. Now here again, we're going with something that's a little bit more towards the blue. And again, Adepticon was pretty much best case scenario all around. So now, Zell, did I send you the pictures of the tiles? I think I might have sent you pictures of the tiles. And Landress, yeah, those were some basing bits. I kind of drew those up, Landress, not too long after. Not too long after. Remember all the spaceship parts and stuff like that? Because I was kind of sketching out the same sort of thing. So seriously, there's like, is there like three kings here, man? There's this Lancelot guy. There's this Arthur guy too, and who's this guy? Looks like Sauron to me. Everybody looks like Sauron, and he smells weird too. All right, we got ourselves another roll on the Gandalf 6 for Jam Corner. Can we get ourselves a Gandalf 6? Ooh, hey Landress, wait till you see the dice. Actually, wait a second. Ooh, what? Oh, that's two twos for tonight. Now there's no faces on these because I want these to be 3D printable. So one second here. Wait a minute. I think we can bring it up here. Yeah. Here, look at this. Looky here. So the idea is, right? I go into a Blender, right, and I stick the printed, because each phase, it's not going to be pips, it's going to be printed bits there. So we print, obviously this is all identical faces, and the idea is that all the supports are going to hit these and not these. So the faces will be left alone, and what we're going to do is go into Blender and we'll stick the, because there's going to be like 3, 4, 5 different dice, and I thought this way I can make the different dice with the same frame, and all I got to do is just stick the faces on them. So that's going to be kind of interesting there, Landress. I've never quite done something like that before, where I'm trying to do like a bas relief that's super. Gee whiz, I don't have any of my bas relief. Well, I guess I got one. So it's going to be like this right here. So we'll probably do an image to stl.com to make sure that it's super flat. And then we'll migrate that into Blender. So that'll be the first time that I've ever combined two different programs of generated files together. So that's going to be interesting, Camden. No idea how that's going to work out. It could be, yeah, it could require a couple of attempts. I mean, whatever. It's all right. We're used to. Oh, what was it, Camda? Uh, let's see. Through many failures, great success, something like that. Our Latin phrase, or constant failure, unending success. I think that was. I think that was our phrase. That was our phrase that pays right there. Fine. I'll throw a little bit of you in there too. Let me get some of the. Oh yeah. Some of this in here. Some of this over here. Whoops, a little too much over there. So again, all the folks that were at Adepticon, I hope that you had yourself a whole bunch of funds. Also hope that again you didn't get any kind of lingering con diseases there. I haven't really heard too much about people getting sick, so yeah, it's kind of a rare Adepticon. Usually by this time you're already hearing about people dropping. So if that's the case, well, that's good. Trying to get me a little bit of skinny tones in here. And that's about it. There's not a whole bunch more. There we go. We're going to let some of that bluish gray kind of mix in here as well. Get in there. How's about we start thinking about our orangey stuff here? Let's do that. Maybe not that. Maybe. I thought there was one sitting over here. I thought there was one sitting over there. Alright, let's get this some kind of yellowy orangey stuff happening. Like you do. Fine. Put that in there. Give me a little bit of that Indian yellow. And of course, looking forward to being able to use the regular palette, if not the Doomsday palette, right, Landrast? Okay, I guess we're gonna need a little bit of hair cutting here. And no scissors, which is always a good thing. No scissors over there. Oh, wait a minute, I got these. I don't think these are going to be ideal, but that's all we got. That is all we got. That'll work. So, Jim, yep, these are all oils all the time. Now, we're using, well, lately anyways, we've been going heavy with the alkyds here. In the lead up to Adepticon, it was basically all alkyds all the time because, well, these are going to dry a whole bunch faster. Ooh, now speaking of which, Armor Wolf and Charity treated me to, they got me some of these. Look at this. Yeah, these are, they got these from Italy. And yeah, there you go. So these are not alkyds. They're still sealed. They haven't been touched yet. So I was actually going to do a video here with just these. And of course, well, look at this, cerulean blue. Yeah, ooh, Series 5. That's a Series 1. What's Series 1? What's Series 5? Look at this, Cobalt Violet Deep. Yeah. So we're going to try and do a video with just those four and see what happens. So hex paint, it's very much a different thing. Yeah, it is. It's a completely different thing to have the alkyds in the paints because you end up with a hyper matte finish. And they also will dry, again, not just dry faster, but they will also set faster. So how you doing there, Hex Paint? Jim, let's put it this way. One of those paints probably costs more than the entire set of Paul Rubens. And maybe by a lot. Yeah, not by a little, but probably by a lot. Now, I did find, while we were at Adepticon, we were just kind of curious, and I looked around. I did find there is alkyd resin. It's not, where is it here? Yeah, it's not this stuff. This stuff works for blood effects. It doesn't do anything. Here, there it is. I mean, it works great for that because shiny and translucent. Otherwise, that's a no bueno. So that's why we did that little search there, and I found that it's actually it's from Williamsburg. Yeah, guess what, Hex? You can get alkyd resin from Williamsburg on Dick Blick. I actually meant to get that yesterday when I got back, or Monday or whenever the heck it was we got back, but yeah, sort of forgot about that. So we'll do that some other time. Hex, actually, if you wanted to share something there, that you've been paint, well, doesn't matter, doesn't have to be with oils or something like that, but if you would want to share some of your oil painted goodness there, that would be super. Now, Jam, which one did you get? Which one did you get? Now, of course, well, here's the other thing too, Landrast, is that there's a new printer here. There is, well, it just arrived today. So we'll see what we can do. Yeah, I'll probably be sending you some pictures of that Landrast. I think it's the Elegoo Saturn something, whatever. Again, sort of one of the later Saturn ones are. Again, that's me. I'm right up on everything, right? It's a kind of a larger format one. And again, we're using that. That's the resin that. Well, I don't think he's using as I'm going to call it, the cough drop resin. I don't think he's using this. He's using the navy gray. But I do think there is a difference with this. Now again, we'll see how it works overall. I haven't tried to file anything yet. Remember the smoky black resin there, Landrast? It kind of reminds me of that. I'm wondering if it actually cures more fully because, well, it's translucent, so the UV light can get in there a whole lot easier than, say, some of your resins, like the darker gray ones, the more opaque ones. Yeah, Hex, I really, really do like that Mona Lisa thinner. That really is some fantabulous stuff. Somewheres, there we go. Yeah, so I really do like this. I've tried other stuff, and this is it's the most mild stuff. Not just on the brushes, but on you, and also the paints, of course. That certainly does not hurt. So yeah, Sectrix, again, I got a ton of stuff that I have to send you. Now, I was actually working on the hex panels for the Cyberthuria game board. That was one of the things I was working on since, well, everything else was kind of delayed with all the weather craziness. Yeah, let's go orange there. Okay. I might break out the floral orange stuff later. Also, probably will do that. Okay, we're just kind of feeling things through here, seeing what we want to do where. Also, certainly not the latest orange that we're gonna do. It'll get lighter than this. So Hex, if you wanted to share an Instagram link or Facebook, yeah, Facebook will work. Something like that should work just fine. So we'll definitely be using the Paul Rubens. I mean, we have all the Marion streets. However, right, Arto Michael, these are a little bit on the pricier side. In fact, one of these tubes could almost get you the whole set. Well, two of them, right, Arto Michael? Two of those would get you the entire set of these because I think these are about 36-ish. I don't know if the regular set is on sale. Of course, Arto Michael, you want to share some stuffs in the chat. Please go ahead. Now, Artem Michael, did you get to play that game over the weekend? I think you already did the makeup game, right? Against the Skaven. Or was this the makeup game against the Skaven? I can't remember. Sorry. It definitely is. It's good stuff there, Artem Michael. Again, it's on the pricier side for folks, and the other problem is they don't ship outside the U.S., which makes it really hard for anybody outside the U.S. to get. And the Paul Rubens, well, you can get that and get it pretty much anywhere. Well, that's good, Artem Michael, and hopefully no permanent player losses either, because reasons or raisins either way. Yeah, boy, this brush not doing too well here. Not really sure what's going on with this one. Let me see if I can't find me a little bit of some panel lineage over here too. We're going to make you glowy. We're going to start trying to make you glowy here. So I've been working on the story. I was even working on the story while we were at Adepticon. I started to even. Okay, that's where I was kind of deciding. Okay, are there gonna be dice? What's the function gonna be of the dice? Some characters went from characters to events. Oh yeah, you'll like this. You're gonna like this, Camda. So the character of the Green Knight, which he sold. So actually, I worked on a new one. He's got an axe now. He's got an axe to grind. So you remember Sebastian from B5, Camda? Essentially, the Green Knight is a little bit like Sebastian. Essentially, he judges to see if people are actually worthy enough to guard the Grail Code. Yeah, Camda, I think I sent you one of the promo posters, and he had the axe, and I like that much better with the axe. I mean, he looked okay with the sword, but really liked the axe. Now, Arda Michael, I'm guessing, well, let's see. Now, do any of your werewolves have a +1 speed there and sprint? And also sure feet? Hey there, Conrads, how you doing? Conrads reaches the, whoops, went right by 93. Conrads, how you doing? Everybody check out that Instagram link that Hexpaint just posted.
So say we all.
Oh, thanks, Hex. Appreciate that. Thanks, Hex. Yeah, we may have to get some more of that medicine right there so that we don't fall asleep. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So again, everybody check out that Instagram link that Hexpaint just shared. So let me see. So normally a 9 speed, right, Artemico, +1 speed would give him 10. Let's see. Sprint and sure feet, right, Artemico? That would give him 13 spaces with a reroll. If I remember right. Again, it's been a while. Yeah. It's been a little while since I last did any kind of Blood Bowl stuff. So I could very well be wrong about that. And Conrads, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, same deal. Same thing. Go ahead and do that. I'm guessing, Sectrix, that you haven't had too much time to be printing stuff. For obvious reasons. Again, I know it's probably been kind of a raucous time the last 4 weeks or so. Let me do this, yeah. And yeah, what we'll do is we'll hit this with the floral orange later on in the process here. That's for sure, Sector X. No doubt about that. So we're just using, actually, just some Paul Rubens stuff. We got a basically Windsor Red over here. Essentially a Hansa Yellow. So Hansa Yellow, Windsor Red, and we've got the, again, this is the Alkyd Indian Yellow because, well, it dries. The Williamsburg, well, I mean, we love the Williamsburg Indian Yellow, but that's going to take its own sweet time to dry. We absolutely love this. This is some snazzy stuff here. Also like our Brilliant Yellow Pale because, you know, Brilliant Yellow Pale, right? Yeah, Sector X, hopefully we can do a little bit of a powwow there. Yeah, hopefully we can do a little bit of a powwow because there's a ton of stuff. Sector X, let's put it this way. Remember the whole, horse cart and Lamborghini? Yeah, I think, well, let's put it this way. We're kind of approaching Artemis 2. Yeah, Sector X, back in the day, we were doing horse cart stuff. Now it's pretty much Artemis 2 type stuff. Actually, I think it's more like Artemis 3. We bypassed the 2. We just went to the 3. We'll let them fool around with 2. We're already on 3. And I'm not screwing around there, Sector X. It is the stuff that I've just even learned since I've gotten back from Adepticon. It's absolutely bonkers. Also been using Blender again. Like I say, there will be some Blender stuff happening. Definitely over the next 3-4 days. That's how we'll be making those dice. No, we won't do any of the orange stuff down there just yet. Let's not do that just yet. Where's me? I think I gotta get me some more of these. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry, Armored Wolf. I didn't mean to just kind of go like, well, I'm waiting to see what happens. I'm waiting to see what happens. I'm waiting to see what. Oh, boom. Okay, we're gonna go. So sorry that I was kind of going back and forth. But it kind of never really stopped, Armored Wolf. I will probably even just go conduct a little bit of a check. I want to say maybe half-ish hour or so. Thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. So everybody say hello to Armored Wolf. So Hexpaint, did you see this? I don't know if you're on the Patreon page a lot or not, but this is one of the very last videos we did. That was some pretty simple stuff there. That was just Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of, I want to say a little bit of Terra Rosa. You could also go Indian Yellow, Egyptian Violet. Indian Yellow, Indian Yellow, Egyptian Violet is very, very sweet for those kinds of shadows in your shiny golds. So it's 72 months for the Armored Wolves there. We're not that far away from our stream anniversary, of course. Now, Landress, was yours just yesterday or the day before? I think yours was yesterday, right, Landress, your stream anniversary? Actually, I forgot, Landress, how many years you were streaming there. Let me get a little bit of that here. Little more of a light there. We're going to try and go kind of palish with the grays for Mordred on the skinny tones here. I think that makes a whole bunch of senses. Alright, I guess we'll ditch that. Let's see if there's another one of these. That ain't one of those. See what this here is. No, that one's we have a whole bunch of these that got really, really beat up when I was doing my. Okay, fine. And we're just gonna grab one of these. If that's how it's gonna be. Unless there's maybe one over here that I can use. It's not quite so beat up. Let me see what's happening with. No, never mind. We'll just use these. Let's just use these right here. Okay, I'm gonna try and make this a little bit more of a pale type of a thing here, being well Mordred and all. I think we're gonna sort of focus in on the face first. Now let's do that. Let's focus in on the face first, so that I can stick my hand. Or I mean, you can see we're removing just a little bit of paint there. Now I think actually that we get to. Do we get to a level 2? I can't tell because there's stuff in the way. Okay, so we did get a level 1 hype train. I thought so. I thought we did. Alright, well then that's what we're gonna do. Is we're gonna have a little hype train. And then if we had ourselves 3 people, please subscribe thing. Takes 3 to tango. And of course we have to have ourselves our regular hype train that comes rolling through town. There it is. Look out. Look out. Get out of the way. There's the hype train for you. Where'd that brush go? There it is. Okay, well, now we got a little bit more thinner in that stuff than I was really wanting there. Let's get rid of some of that thinner then. Now let's do a little more of that here and some down there. I think now it starts to become a little bit more apparent just what it is we're trying to do here. How our skin tone's gonna work out. We've got again all of his armor type stuff here. Let me chuck in a little bit of this here. Let's get some darks going here. Okay, that is not quite what we wanted to do. Maybe that's a little better. Ah, there you go. There you go. Let's start to darken some of this down so that it stands out from said skin tones. Because, you know, reasons. Darken you down a bit. Nah, I won't put that. I was gonna put that in the lips. We'll get some actual red in there, I think. Some genuine red. And again, we're gonna roll with a decent amount of the really kind of that dark armor here. Lots of cybernetics on Mordred. Oh, and Mordred's role in the game, he can never rule. He can never rule. He cannot create truth or alter truth, but he can multiply it. So that's something that he does. Arthur represents continuity and cohesion, and we've this was one of the trickier things here. So again, Lady of Shalott was originally going to be a character. Instead, she's almost more of an event. And Lady of Shalott, basically, her mirror represents the main frame. So, you know, if Lady of Shalott goes asunder, well, then everything goes with her, because that's the main frame. So everything goes. So go Lady of Shalott. So go everybody. So Hex, they're gonna drive. They'll drive fast, but they're gonna drive very shiny. That's for sure. Now you could. Now of course now it's just called matte varnish. It used to be called anti-shine. This is the army painter stuff. So if you brushed it on there, Hex paint, that should de-shine it pretty good. That should take away a lot of your shine. Trying to darken you down a little bit there. Fine, we'll put some of that in here too. You know what? I think I still need. I'm gonna do this. I am gonna put some skin tone up there, and maybe some here too. I'm gonna maybe we'll change that back a little bit. So that could be successful in doing what you were hoping. Put a little bit of this in here. So we're about 45 minutes in. Yeah, just 45 minutes in here. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna grab me. Where the heck are they? So here we go. So here's again is your Paul Rubens. These are the floros from Paul Rubens here. On you go. We're not going to do that just yet. We want to let our orange have a chance to do to set a little bit first. Don't be hasty, right, Camda? Now, Camda, were you going to be doing any streaming this weekend? I know it's basically kind of a holiday weekend kind of thing situation here coming up. So hopefully, folks, they got themselves some fun things lined up for this weekend. Actually, Camda, we might have a pound of that sitting around here, right, Camda? Oh, Cam, remember we were speculating about that, and I was saying, what if I put that into the oil paints? Now, I'm sure it's going to affect them as far as well their lightness. But that's a worthwhile experiment, wouldn't you say, Camda? I mean, I have tons of marble dust sitting here. Literally got tons of marble dust. I don't know. I think we should do that, Camda. I think that could be a super fun experimente. Definitely worthwhile. Starting to breathe in a little bit of our dark again here. Some of these recesses and such.
So say we all.
Hey there, Grand Oracle. How you doing? So Grand Oracle, I think I sent you some pictures there, Grand Oracle. I got many more to send you. Yeah, tons more, Grand Oracle. It's been a very busy time, that's for sure. There's a ton going on. Again, just gonna get some of our dark back into here. Now, Grand Oracle has have the swim meets and stuff finally kind of I guess those are still going then, Grand Oracle. Yeah, Grand Oracle. It's been nonstop, and even since Adepticon. Yeah, Adepticon was just a brief pause, brief pause in all of the production, pretty much, and that production is starting to ramp back up pretty darn quickly. Oh well, no rest for the wicked, right, Grand Oracle? Certainly none of that. Okay, here, let me pop in a little bit of this here. There we go. A little something, something here. Armored Wolf, if you want to share the link to the dice bags and such, please go ahead and do that, so that everybody can check out the fabulous dice bags. So yeah, Hex taught an oil painting class. Do I have the? No, I don't have the bust here, but taught the oil painting class. If you saw the latest video on the Patreon page, that was the class. Basically, I filmed that video so that I could talk about other stuff. I know it sounds a little crazy, but I didn't want people going all that way just to see me do something that I would just be doing in a video. So I said, here, look, you can watch the video if you want, but I think what we would rather do is actually, grab the stuff and start working with it. So that's what everybody did, is they grabbed the oils and got a chance to use those in anger, for sure. Sorry that the leg's not getting any better there, Grand Oracle. Here's hoping that at some point there that starts to turn around. Fine. Again, I wish I had my. That's what I'm gonna try and go grab. I got like 3 pairs of scissors in the kitchen. These are not the ones that I would really want to be using for that, but we got what we got. So essentially, what that let me do, hex paint again. Since we had 18 people in the room, what we did was we sort of turned it into 18 separate classes. What I would do, and they pretty much had people 3 to a table. So I would kind of go around the room, and I would hit, one group of 3. Sometimes the people right in front of them would turn around. So sometimes I was doing more like micro demos for 3 to 6 people at a time. Then they would kind of execute what it was I was just showing them. While I went on to the next group, and then around and around and around we went for 4 some odd hours. And of course, thanks to Armored Wolf and all the Alaska crew for making all the Fort Wapple stuff happen. Because well, there would be no Fort Wapple if it wasn't for Armored Wolf and all the Alaska crew. Because they were pretty much working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to make that happen. So big shout outs to all of the folks that, well, again, make stuff happen that otherwise never would. Do this here. So yeah, Grand Oracle, some super exciting stuff. Things proceeding on the game there. Getting a lot of stuff done on that. I basically have all the different tiles, or the tiles in their different forms. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? So Doji, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? And hopefully, Doji, you had a chance to maybe do a little bit of painting while I was away doing the Adepticon thing. Like I said, you wants to share that stuff like usual, please go ahead. No, Hex, I haven't used that. Now, if you got any kind of pictures of stuff that you've done with it, Hex, and you wanted to share those, that would, I'm sure people would get a kick out of seeing that. But like Camda was saying, the Paul Rubens, they are shockingly matte. I mean, like hyper matte. To the point where it surprises even me. And people were noticing that in the class. Oh, here was the fun thing. Yeah. So we were speculating, again, that based on that little sample thing that Armored Wolf and some of the Alaska folks we experimented with in July, it turned out that way. Again, there were folks that were able, these were brand new people to oils, and they were actually able to touch their figure and not have too much paint come off. So there is definitely something to be said about, again, the alkyds, and again, folks that are super new to the oil painting. So everybody check out that Instagram link there that Doji just posted. Some fabulous Eldfoil Chronicle miniatures. Again, painted with oils. So thanks for sharing that there, Doji. Oh, that's the other thing, Grand Orc. I'll be sharing some pictures with you of the new printer, which I'm not going to even try and set that up until next week, because I have a ton of things that I have to print out as in like right away. Yeah, no time to be fooling around with any new printer or anything like that. And then again, there's the new resin, which we're calling this cough drop resin. Oh yeah, Armored Wolf. There you go. So I got 2 more. Got another one here and one of Erebus. So yeah, I've got Granny and Erebus, both regular figure, plus this one. This is the brand new one. that is very wild resin, I have to say. I'll send you the file there, Armored Wolf. So definitely resin. Although Grand Oracle, I have to say I don't know if the bamboo is starting to get old because it's got about 7,200 hours in it. Now it is on its second nozzle. I don't know, actually, Grand Oracle. Maybe I'll just put in the .2 nozzle and see if that makes any difference. Because all I'm basically printing out is specialty stuff at this point, as in more things like this. So yeah, I'm printing out stuff like this anyway. So maybe I just chuck that .2 nozzle in there and see what happens. That's not gonna happen today or tomorrow or the next day. That's gonna wait. Ain't gonna happen soon, that's for sure. So what are we about an hour in? Not even an hour in yet, and well, we've been doing some stuff here. What am I going to do here? Let me try this guy perhaps. Grab this, some of our red, and then yellow, and more translucent. Oh, there you go. Start doing some dry, brushy things here, maybe. Not with this thing. Again, this I have to remember when I go get some more medicine. I got to remember to get my regular scissors because these are not convenient right here. These are meant for those are meant for cutting magnets, not for cutting this stuff. Well, thank you so much, Hex Paint, for being here. Appreciate that. So, Hex, again, I'll try to be doing the stream tomorrow. It might be it's probably going to be a very late stream, if anything. So I apologize in advance for that. I was thinking of maybe trying to do a stream during the week next week, maybe a Tuesday or Wednesday or something like that. Again, on a not normal stream day. Get me some orange up there. Maybe I will go with some more thinner fine. Wasn't really what I was wanting to do, but I think it's what we got to do. Let's do some of that over here. Some orange. So see you later there, Hacks. Have a good one. More orange down in there. Let's get some of this around his eye. Yeah, that's where we're forgetting to get some of that in here. There we go. Like I said, I've got to. I was also printing out some basic, or I will be printing out after the stream. The first of the Cyberthurian basing bits. Let me see if I can find those. One secola here. One second. That is not quite what I was looking for, but we'll just start with that here. Come on, there we go. So yeah, there's some of our basing bits right there. You saw on the Green Man or Green Knight, right? We had like those were built into the base. So I basically took those, and now we've got individual ones here that I can print out. So that should be fun. And then I also have corrupted ones for, for Mordred's base. Because, you know, Mordred and all that. Give me some of the orangey stuff down here. Fine, I'm just going to start doing this. We'll just start doing this here. There's some of my yellow. A lot of this is going to come off in my hand. Don't care. Just going to do it anyhows. Because I need to see what this is going to look like. Then I'm going to do some glazy things to create some darker stuff on the, well, our plinth on a plinth. Yeah, because the plinth, that's where I got the big old magnet hole there. Oh, and by the way, our big chunky magnets, they worked. Yeah, they came up pretty much aces because, again, our figures they and the bust, they all stayed exactly where they were supposed to in the cases. So yeah, that kind of that makes me happy that those worked out. I got to get more because I basically used them all up. As in, like, every single one of those magnets got used up. Come on, I want this one. Some of there are cool. You know what? Fine, I'm just gonna chuck some of you on there. Okay, that is inconvenient. We're just gonna move that out of the way. There, here we go. I need to do this now, so that's just gonna set there for a while we fool around with some other stuff here. Just let that go and set down in there. Let's try some of that down here. And again, that'll give it time to set because reasons. Good enough. Try this again. Here. Also here. Some back here. Nah, too much of the blue. Too much of the blue. Let's get some of our warmer dark colors in here. Yeah, what the heck. I'm gonna take a little bit of you. Ombre here. Come on, more of the umber. And just do some corrosion there. Hey there, Arid. How are you doing? Everybody, please give Arid Web a follow. So great to see you there, Arid. Appreciate that. Of course, Arid, if you want to share some linkies in the chat, please go ahead. That is 53 months there. And of course, so say we all. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Iridicam Web just shared. Irid, it is it's jewelry, right? For the foreseeable future on the Friday, Saturday. Actually, well, I'm thinking it's a holiday. Yes, I don't want to mention which holiday it is there, Arid. Yes, it's the holiday of He Who Shall Not Be Named, right, Arid? Yes, indeed. And here's hoping that there haven't been any more early deposits on said holiday, right, Arid? We don't need any of those. So again, little rusty, little bit of rusty stuff. That I'm gonna do that up here. I'm gonna do that up here. Let me get this. I'm gonna go like that. Also there. Also along there too. Yeah, because reason. And again, my apologies for this being so late because, well, it was kind of crazy bonkers here. Again, the 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts and all kinds of craziness going on. That is what caused the streams to be a little bit later. get me some of that paint off of there. Is there another? There's another crazy wacky here on this, so I might have to go get my refreshments earlier so that I can also get that scissors that I was talking about. Camda, yeah, I'll try to shoot you some of the reference pictures again. You can kind of see them in the corners. It's not super obvious exactly how it looks, but this is I've been looking forward to this one for months. Well, not months, for weeks. Sorry, not these haven't been around for months. They've been around for weeks. Well, they've been around 5.5 weeks. That's when all this stuff started. Yeah, Arid, and I'm sure they're not just looking to go there to help you out, right? Yeah, something tells me that that is not why they're looking to get in there. Yeah, I'm thinking that is not the case. Not looking to be a helping hand. Could be wrong, but well, something tells me something else is afoot. I'll get me a little bit of this here. And then some of that right there. That certainly seems to have kind of come out of nowhere there, Arid. Who knows? They might have had it planned for a while to drop on you there. Let me see if I can't. Yeah, okay. So again, we're just trying to see what we can do with the orangey glow stuff here. Come on. Come on. We'll come back with our darker stuff. And again, solidify some lines, all that good stuff. I mean, we're 1 hour, 7 minutes in. It's gonna be quite the party at the house there, Irid. Let me get a couple more of my lights going down that way. Maybe when it comes down this way and then over and then down. That house has certainly involved just a wee bit of extra work, hasn't it, Arid? Now, actually, Arid, for all the work you put in that house, it seems like you feel like you should have 5 houses, right? With all the stuff that's happened there yeah, you've put 5 houses worth of work into one house. It better definitely be worth the sacrifice there, right, Arid? Oh, let me see if I can. Oh yeah, let me see if I can get this attached to that. Yeah, there definitely was shenanigans involved. I think Bilbo's shenanigans might have sold the house. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if Bilbo's shenanigans might have been among the previous owners. Great to see you there, Surface Tension. Surface tension. I think did I send you some of the pictures there? Surface tension of some of the stuff that I did since I came back. Hopefully I did. Don't know if I did. It would be nice if I did, but I don't know. All I can say is hope I did. I'm gonna get me some. Let me put that over here. Yeah. Okay. There we go. We got some. Come on. Bluish gray there. Maybe we'll lighten up the. Oh, see you later there, Doji. Actually, Doji, I'm gonna be. Well, I gotta make some bakery goods for Easter there, Doji. So yeah, I will. I'll send you pictures of the bakery run that I'll be making. Oh, gosh, probably this Saturday, Doji. Yeah, that. It definitely sounds like it's not Marcus of Queensberry there. Of course, Surface Tension, if you want to share some of your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And Doji, if you wanted to share your stuff one more time before you head out, please go ahead and do that, of course. Yes. Oh, think I will do a little teensy bit on the nostril there. Mare nostril. I need to get maybe something on the eye here too. Let me try this. We kind of need a regular eye there as well. Can't all just be the glowy one. Everybody check out some ponies there. That Surface Tension just shared. Also check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. Check out those links. Fine, I'll just go darker with that. Let me see what happens with this here. Little darker there. I wonder. Let me try some. Let me try this and see what happens here. Okay, and I will try some of this. Is that going to be light enough? A little more, a little more. I think you would have to say, Irid, that, well, all of the craziness before Adepticon was no fun. That was no fun. But all of the craziness before Adepticon, ironically enough, pretty much kind of turned it into a once Adepticon started to happen, pretty much turned it into a best case scenario. There was a few. There was like 3 different scenarios. There was kind of the, ooh, this is no bueno. There was the, oh, okay, that's not bad. And then there was the, well, it would be kind of nice if this happened. And it was closer to the kind of nice if this happened, I would have to say. So Cam, I never got my trophy from Resin Beast because, well, they ran out by the time, you'll love this, Cam, but they ran out of trophies by the time they got to me. I wasn't actually sure that I won something because, again, I didn't go forward and get anything, and then I was in such a hurry afterwards that I forgot to get it at the booth. So yeah, I think that'll be a trophyless trophy. there won't be nothing for me to paint. Remember I did that last year at Camden? That was kind of fun painting those on stream, and they were different trophies. I don't know how they look different. I do know that they said 2026 on them. That I do know from seeing Melissa's trophy. I'll shoot Peter a message, see if maybe he's willing to get me a file or something like that. So yeah, I'll see. Maybe they'll let me have one of the files, at least just so I can just paint the one. I mean, it just doesn't do me any good. It says it's for unit. How many of the same trophy do I need? So I won first place in the Resin Beast for unit. That was remember the mounted baristas there, Aaron? So yeah, that was yeah, that was with remember they were the judges on horseback, and we called them the mounted baristas. I'm not gonna do nothing there because you can see I keep sticking my finger in that. So yeah, we're not gonna mess around. We're just kind of waiting on some of that stuff to set there. I will now take some of the indigo. I'll start doing some stuff on the hair, maybe. Let's see how this goes. Yep, got first place with the mounted baristas there, and everybody really, 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 really liked the Cyberthurians. They liked the Celtic goddesses. They liked them so much, I've had to reprint a bunch of them. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate that. I was super glad that folks liked the Cyberthurians. And of course, I've been working on the game. I've been working on the story. We'll be doing sort of an animated novel. So instead of an illustrated novel, we'll do an animated novel. I was hoping this Sunday to have essentially sort of a nice little video using all of the busts and the figures that would just kind of like be a little bit of a telling of the basic outlines of the story, who the characters are, how do they relate to each other. Because of course we know that the once and future king shall return at the hour of greatest need. It does not specify the when, it does not specify the how. And it makes a little bit more sense, much as we love our mounted baristas, right, Surface Tension, that Arthur wouldn't be just riding down the street on a horse with a sword. Well, again, Erid, well, here's hoping that you have a great stream on, again, on Friday and Saturday. That's the usual time, right? 7 p.m. Pacific. And again, everybody please give Adepticon a follow if you could. So yeah, definitely those baristas, right? They're just they're very tricksy, aren't they? Surface Tension. Well, again, we're just trying to find a little bit of extra shiny in the hair. Going with kind of more of a bluish highlight here. And then when we get into here, they're going to be warmer highlights. Down here, we're going to start to do, again, more of the orange. They're unlike the blue. So you're going to be seeing a lot of this and the chess set as well. That's the other thing. Surface tension. The nicest thing about the animated Cyberthuria stuff is there won't be any black helicopters filled with urukai landing on the lawn, right? Surface tension. Oh, speaking of which, remember all the Lord of the Rings gummy bears? Surface tension, the painted ones that I had. I had 28 of them. I have one. Yes, this is it. Out of the 28 gummy bears, that's the only one I got left. All the rest of them are gone. So it would seem that people like those.
So say we all.
Hey there, Inganis. How you doing? Everybody, please give Inganis a follow. And of course, Inganis, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? Yeah, we're gonna need to refresh this medicine, aren't we, Inganis? Gonna need to refresh that. So again, everybody, please give Inganis a follow. Also, again, check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension posted. Get this rocking and rolling over here. Come on, a little bit more of that yellow for orange. Well, we know what's going to happen, right? Surface tension, it will be every bit as successful as that other adventure. And again, we offered it to them for $250,000, right? Surface tension, they wouldn't take it, even for $250,000. Not $250,000, $250,000. Everybody, again, check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared. They turned it down, and look what happened to them. Surface tension, look what happened. We're not saying, we're just saying, right? Now, it's almost, you would think there's surface tension, that it's a channel filled with Tolkien scholars, wouldn't you say? Let me hit some more of this here. So again, I would say that the next stream we'll be trying to do the figure version of Mordred, which is going to look different than this. Again, the figure versions and the bust versions and the bas relief, they're going to be looking a little bit different from each other. There's just certain things you can do in one that you can't do in the other. Where's my... here we go. Let me do this. And then another panel line down here. Maybe we'll go a little later with that. Nope. Let me get some of the Indian yellow into that. Start breaking that down. Surface tension, I wasn't joking at Adepticon when I said that I had enough rare earth magnets to create my own particle collider. We actually discovered 3 new particles, surface tension, during the course of Adepticon. It's because we're dedicated to all the sciences, right? Surface tension, leafy bits, cratery things, it's all about the science. This is 100% science here all the time. So again, everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared. Boy, I have to say, I'm really looking forward to grabbing that scissors. Surface tension, that we might have bent him too much. Maybe that's... Well, there was tornadoes coming through Milwaukee today. or at least the kind of 80, 90 mile an hour winds that we had here. I think we just kind of hastened the reversing of the magnetic poles there, surface tension. I mean, it was bound to happen. We just we kind of pushed it forward a few centuries. So yeah, if your compasses don't work anymore, well, that's my bad. Or if your GPS things, well, maybe they're pointing you in the wrong direction. That might have a little something to do with our Hadron Collider experiment. It was very successful. Actually, Camden, I think it might have created a new. You know how they always said that the Earth was the center of the universe, and then they went to this whole nonsense of heliocentric. Yeah, well, it's back to Earth-centered universe. I was told that the was that the Artemis 2 rocket they had to attach 10 extra boosters to it to be able to leave Earth's gravity. So yeah, again, that's my bad. Here we go again, just working on our little bit of circuit tray here. Just cause. Now, thanks, Grand Oracle. That should hasten. That should hasten the need for a little bit. Oh, look at that, Grand Oracle. I do believe that should be a hastening of the medicine retrieval there. Yes, that's it. We harness the light that way so that we can infuse that into our fluorescent oils for more object source lighting, right, Grand Oracle? That's how it gets done. Okay, yeah, all right. That goes all the way up there. All right. It's so weird seeing this in blue all this time, and now we're seeing our plinth on a plinth in orange. I haven't seen it in an orange yet. Now we'll wait on that little portion right down there yet. Thank you very much, there, surface tension. We did it. I think we had a. Did we have a level? Yes, we had a level 1 hydro. Oh my goodness, that is getting a little bit. Let's look a little peek at right there, surface tension. That is looking a mite bit sparse. That is looking very, very sparse. Could lead to some very thirsty or tired hobbits, is there? Not an ideal situation. Yeah. Well, let's do this. Let's do it like that. More of that here. Now that shoot us a hypey train there. I think it. The last time was because we had 3. That's right. It comes in 3s, right? Need to do this. Just gonna work our way around it. We'll start getting some of the light here on his cloak, like coming down, like so. Whoops! There we go. It's like we lost where we were on here. bend over like you do. And again, thank you very much for the bits. Appreciate that. Also, thanks for the subs. And we had ourselves some follows too. Speaking again of follows, everybody should give Ingones a follow. Also give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda and Ingones, they paint with the oils. Do the thing. At Grand Oracle, I'm going to try and get some. Williamsburg makes alkyd resin, Grand Oracle, so we are going to do an experiment with the alkyd resin. Not alkyd medium, but alkyd resin. It could fail horribly, or it could be a kind of okay, or it could be a spectacular success. It could be any of those. But as always, there's only one way to find out for sure. We got to do the thing. If we don't do the thing, we'll never know the thing, so we do the thing. Maybe we learn something. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I just did a GPT. I was talking with some folks. I said, you know what? Let's just see what happens. I on the long shot, I asked it. I said, okay, would it work? Oh, and of course, there was the Wapple Sable brushes. Yeah. Oh, that was the interesting thing. Yes. So if you ever tried, what was it? Was it called electroshock speed painting? I think is what it was called. Let's put it this way: the experience of painting with my own hair came in very handy during electroshock speed painting. I'm not sure how long that was going on before I became aware of it. I think it had been going on for maybe 15, 20 minutes, maybe a half an hour before I was able to participate. Let me do this. Fairly sure that Tony is never going to do that again if I've got the controls. Let's put it this way, Grand Oracle. I enjoyed it so much. I thought it was such a fabulous thing that I was thinking of getting 18 of those for the class next year. Let's do, again, some of our orange here. I think it's one way to focus the attention, right, Grand Oracle? Yep, people will be very much laser focused with that. Let me get, I'm going to go all around the outside. A lot of this might get wiped away, but that's all right. Well, I think Arda Michael, you might be getting some of what just rolled through here. Maybe on Sunday or Monday or something like that. That I don't know for sure, or at all really. I just kept thinking about humidity and spraying stuff. Again, that doesn't really matter here. We're going to go over the top of that with our floral oranges anyways. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. I do believe it's a happy Friday there. Again, my days are going to be completely verschmizzled, as they say, right, Camda? Very much schmizzled, and a lot of fur. Lots of verschmizzle. Let me get the, yeah, here we are. And again, folks should be very glad that Adepticon was last week and not this week. Because this week people they wouldn't have been able to get there. And again, it was not a fun day to be in Milwaukee or here today, that's for sure. We're getting there. We're getting there. We just have to circumnavigate the plinth on a plinth. Because, we don't have enough plinths. I'm putting the Indian yellow in there. So we're getting closer to 2 hours. We're 1 hour 35 minutes in. Actually, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think you could say this is the first painting that I've done since. Well, gosh, how many was it? Not this last year, but the Saturday before this. Yep, Grand Oracle, tornadoes, floods, snow, ice, all of the above. We had an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust here. That's another reason. Again, sorry why the stream started later, but that was we pretty much had to wait out all that crazy stuff. Basically, I didn't even think about trying to stream until I saw the planes taking off. Yeah, you never saw a bigger skedaddle. Oh man, there was planes taking off every couple of seconds. I mean, I've seen volume taken off from that airport. This there was a lot of volume there. So yeah, Grand Oracle, there were some places that had ice, then tornadoes, and then more ice. And trees laden with ice do really well in tornadoes, don't they, Arda Michael? That's pretty much what they're evolutionary designed for, yeah. Chuck a whole bunch of ice on them and then hit them with a tornado. Actually, Grand Oracle, I think they were just, I think they're just going to fast forward directly to parting Lake Michigan and just marching right through that. Yeah, I think they're just going to go directly to that. I think they're too bored, Grand Oracle. I think they're just going to go directly to parting Lake Michigan. That might have been a little bit on the thicker side, but see if we can manage. I'm going to try and get me a little smidge of something there. Yep, there's nothing that quite demonstrates gravity than ice-laden trees with heavy winds. Because, well, what could possibly go wrong, Arda Michael, right? I can't imagine what could possibly go wrong. Let me get some more. We're starting out here with the yellow. Obviously, that's going to turn orange for sure. But actually, yeah, now, yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go run and get me some more medicine here. I'm gonna get some more medicine. Also gotta get some of this paint off of the hand here, and then maybe we could start doing some of the stuff on the shoulder pads. Then this, right? We gotta let this all set. Now that we fooled around with that, we still have. You can see we gotta get our much lighter oranges in there too. So now again, next up we're going to be playing around with some of the highlights here, and also again some stuff on his shoulders here. I guess doing that. So don't go away. We shall return. hopefully I caught you in time there, Grand Oracle, and have yourself a good night. Again, if I'm streaming Friday, it's possible that I would be streaming later just because, well, more mischief with stuff like clouds and all. So again, if it's later or something like that, don't be too surprised. It's just, well, there was more craziness. Yeah. So surface tension Gandalf should only be kind of half upset here. Yeah, no, they won't be quite as upset. I think it was Merlin had both hands, right? So, well, he even had a hand sticking out of the bas relief, right? Surface tension. So yeah, I don't think Gandalf will be quite so upset here. Yeah, we're gonna try to get ourselves plenty of. Yeah, let's get some weathering and such here on the armor there. So see you later, dear Grand Oracle. Let me do this right here. Nah, it might be a little too much thinner. See, too much thinner. Let's get rid of some of that. Let's lighten this up a little bit here. Again, we're gonna take our micro blend. Hey, look at this. We have one now. Of course, is this a bristle-free brush or is it a handle-free brush? Now, of course, the convenient part about the handle-free brush is that you can get into a lot of look at the absolute control you can get with the handle-free brush. So again, something like this surface tension, I think you might say that's worth at least $500-600, but we'll say again, two of these for $1,400. It's a special deal. It's like a post Adepticon special deal there, surface tension. So I think you might want to jump in on that. Deals like this only come around once in a lifetime. Usually right at the end. Where's that brush go? Here it is. Yes, this is the advanced brush system, right? Surface tension. I'm fairly certain that I sent folks some images of the Wapple Sable brushes. I have every hope that I'll be able to make those for Adepticon next year. Now, if anybody's ever used Chinese calligraphy brushes, that's what they're going to be like. So yeah, that's we're going to go ahead. We're pulling the trigger on the Wapple Sable brushes. For Adepticon. And again, for those that didn't get a chance to see, we've been working on the very first of the servers. So this is a corrupted data node right there. So remember the Green Knight, you had those crystals there. So you can see we've even got some of the veggie tables around them. So again, there's another corrupted node, corrupted by Mordred there. And then you got yourself, again, one that's a little bit more pristine right there. I think, oh yeah, and then again, this is the dice system here. So I was able to make these, and the idea is I'm going to use the image to STL to create the faces, because I need a bunch of different faces for like, I think it was 5 different types of dice. Was it 4 or 5 different types of dice? And that way I can print those, take those into a blender and add those faces to the dice. So yeah, we'll use image to STL to create those very shallow reliefs, kind of like the flats that we do. Hey there, Revless. Hopefully all the model kit stuff is going well. And again, happy Friday to everybody. So again, hopefully, all the stuff with the model kits, things that were supposed to be shipped were shipped on time. They will arrive in a timely manner, of course. Yeah, this has a little bit of yellow in it. Gotta say, there's a little bit of yellow in that. Let's maybe try this first, then we'll grab some of our darker stuff. Oh, this. Of course, I forgot to get the scissors. If I run out there again, it'll only take a second or two to just go run and get the scissors. But yeah, I forgot to grab those. At least I grabbed the medicine. I think we need ourselves a little something lighter there. Yeah. Some lighter lines along there. Let me see what we got happening here. Something lighter is there. Something lighter even there in the eye. Well, again, like we always say, right surface tension, the squirrels, they won't bark at themselves. Or maybe they will. You actually got to be careful there, surface tension. If you got some of those, you got those bio drones or something like that, maybe the squirrels are also some kind of cybernetic thing. And they've infused those cybernetic squirrels with some ability to throw the dog off the set, or they bark at themselves. Hey there, Vixie, how you doing? Great to see you again. So Vixie, I'm pretty sure you could pretty much say that it was definitely a success. The mounted barristers, the creature caster, resin beast thing there, they won first place in unit. And of course, the Cyberthurians were super popular, and that was really a nifty thing. I had done a bunch of signs and almost basically movie poster type things, and I'm pretty sure that helped a lot. It sort of gave people a good idea maybe what they were before they ever had to ask me about them. So yeah, there were many phases to Adepticon, that's for sure. But despite all of the craziness and the advance of Adepticon itself, especially given how the weather has changed since we left. Again, this kind of weather during Adepticon would have been very much a no bueno. I think that would have probably cut down the attendance by several hundred, if not maybe 1,000 or two. Just by virtue of people not being able to get in or out of town. So again, you can kind of see how the edges of this right there are not locked in solid or anything like that. Nope, no solid edges. Let me see what we got going on with our... that might have got a little too light there. Might have to go back and snip some of that away. grab a little of that up there. Yeah, let's do a little more of the highlight stuff on the here. But let's get with some of the bluish gray here. Not using our warmer highlight color. Let's use the cooler highlight color here. I mean, it's not that much different. It's a little bit different. What we had going on up here was more of a yellowish. Yeah, that's a little bit different than what we typically do for a metal highlight. Like that. Usually it's, well, it's more like this, more towards a bluish gray. Wanted to save it for the hair, though, because we don't really have any of our characters that have a bluish, dark bluish gray hair like this. That was the whole intention. Wanted to keep that as a Mordred sort of a thing. And again, I do believe the next stream that we're going to do will be the figure version of Mordred here. That's why I want to print out those basing bits, because his base is kind of open. It was an experiment in seeing, okay, well, we've done a whole bunch of the bases that have stuff on them, or they're mostly, here we go, or they're mostly stone and cloth like this. And again, we have done our first test prints with the new cough drop resin. So again, if this should break or something like that, you could just kind of use it as a cough drop. Sorry it's so toasty there, Revlis. Well, it was in the 30s here until it was 70 degrees, until now it's about 63. And of course, with other weather mischiefs that come along with the territory of sudden temperature shifts like that. Oh yeah, Armored Wolf, you guys never would have made it out of Peoria. Because, well, they're going to be under tornado watches again tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. After today. No problem there, Valfira. So Valfira, I think I sent you maybe, I don't know if I sent you pictures of the basing bits. But Valfira, those tiles, that's essentially what you use to play the game with, is those tiles. And there's a few of them that you build around. And I think you could kind of tell that some of them were corrupted, Valfira. There was some corrupted data nodes. There was some corrupted circuitry. Needless to say, this guy is responsible for that. So Valfira, it's got a little bit of everything. There's oh gosh, what was Carcassonne? Is that another one of those, Valfira? I think that was another one that popped into my head. And of course, Valfira, the character of the Green Knight. I was telling folks in the stream earlier, he's a bit like Sebastian from Babylon 5. Essentially, he's not a character that people play. He's essentially a character that kind of, almost like an NPC, Valfira. So yeah, Valfira, unfortunately with the weather here, I was not able to print the flats that I was, the bas reliefs that I was going to do. I was going to do this one. Well, I guess that would have fit on stream, but I have a smaller resin version of this Valfira that I was going to try and print out. But we'll just save that for next Thursday. And like we were saying earlier, the mounted baristas won first place in the unit category, but of course, Valfera, the trophy, they ran out of trophies at the awards ceremony, and I was in such a hurry on Sunday that I just basically, did all the goodbyes there in the creature caster booth, and well, never got the trophy. I'm fairly certain that Peter will just send me the file because it says 2026 unit on there. It's not like it's going to do me any good any other year. I mean, I suppose someone who's enterprising could change the date on it or something like that, but well, that would be stupid because they do different designs every year. So yeah, you could have yourself a 2027 trophy with a 2026 design. I'm pretty sure people will catch on, right, Velfira? Pretty darn quick. Now, Vixie, is that Team Yankee? I don't know if Team Yankee is 15 mil. I just remember Vixie when Team Yankee first came out and they had the Russian had the Hind helicopters and they were kind of all smushed together in the corner of the demo table. Ah, it is Team Yankee. Okay. I know Vixie. Some folks actually tried to they tried to play Team Yankee as like a 5 mil game or something, as in super 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 small. Veilfair, that was the only. Remember, all the other entries were wiped out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. We got this. So remember, Loot Studios was not part of the Resin Beast. Otherwise, this would have been in Resin Beast, also along with a bust and along with a regular figure. So as far as I'm concerned, Veilfair, I basically only had one shot. Well, we managed to. We were successful even with just the one shot, right, Velfira? So we'll take it. That's for sure. Ain't going to complain, right? This should probably be later. Probably be later. So I'm gonna do this though, and a little bit of that. So Veilfair, the Golden Demon thing. That was just because the Alaska crew did the. I think there was maybe 5 Carnosaurs in there. So yeah, that was more just to get the Carnosaurs in there. Yeah, there was a pin sticking through his foot, so I knew that was a DOA right there. And the other entry, I only spent maybe about 6 hours on it, so that was also going to be a DOA. Yeah, the stuff that I was really hoping for again was the Loot Studios stuff because, well, we spent many hours on those. From now on, we'll just stick with creature caster stuff just to be on the safe side. That way, won't have to worry about any kind of last minute shifts or alterations. So Vixie, the one that I always wanted to play was oh god, it was oh geez, now I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember. Unfortunately, I've completely forgotten the name. What the heck is the system called? I just can't remember what the name of the system is called. Darn it. Oh well. But Velfira is as long as the Cyberthurians were popular and the Celtic goddesses. That was what the main focus was. Now they turned out to be a very, very big hit, so I will take that for sure. Yeah, this has had a chance to set, so that blends very nicely. All right. We actually have a little bit of the skin tone mixed into this here. Nope, that's a separate thing there, Valfira. The Celtic goddesses are there. That's more of a kind of a display sort of thing. Those are just fun because when it's very possible that we do something like a Slanya with them. That was something I was considering. So that would be a whole separate system right there. Great to see you back there, Erid. So again, just trying to catch a little bit of light here. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab that and just kind of yank that this away. Again, that's got a little bit, just a teensy bit of the skin tones there. Velfira, the fun thing was that I had a whole bunch of the paintings and drawings there. And that, well, that pretty much eliminated any of that. Because that's where they actually come from. Just like Mordred here. Now, I never actually did get to paint the picture of Mordred. This is direct from all of my drawings and sketches and everything else. And of course, when I showed the Maven Cuchulainn and how that was working out, people were very excited to see that particular shadow box. And that was one of those where stuff was anticipated, right, Valfira? Well, let's put it this way, Valfira. The Boy Scout motto came up big. And of course, what is the Boy Scout motto? Always be prepared, right? And well, we came in there very, very, very much prepared. And that worked out just spectacular. So again, now we've got ourselves a little bit more stuff going on here in the in his cloak, and again, you can kind of see the alkyds at work there. Make it a little bit more of this here. A little something there. That might be a little too much thinner right there, but we'll roll with it for now. Might have to let that have a chance to set on there for a spell. Where we at here? Got in, might have been a little later than we wanted on that edge, but that's all right. I will say that the schedule is very much backwards now. It is definitely very much backwards. And I don't know. Geez, Val, did you see the cough drop resin, Valfair? Yeah, that's the cherry cough drop resin. It's a special type of resin dust. It also soothes it soothes your throat when you sand it. So yeah, it's an extra special resin that has medicinal value. I'm convinced, Valfira, that that kind of resin, and remember the old smoky black resin? Now, it did have its foibles, that's for sure, but the one thing I never had to worry about was that curing, because, well, I mean, even when it's. Let's put it this way, Valfira. Maybe if you somehow you end up with some trapped resin or something like that, my guess is that it still cures, because, well, the light can still get through. Your 405 light there. It's not ideal. It's not ideal, but it's something. Trying to get me a little more light here again on this part of the robe here. And again, super excited about printing out those basing bits. So it's the first basing bits that I ever designed. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing those casualty basing bits like we were talking about. Nah, not too much, dear. Of course, Fair, or I have to start thinking about our IndyCar for Memorial Day there for the Indianapolis 500. Now again, it's sort of like the resin that Armored Wolf had mentioned. The idea is that it's really tough, really strong, and makes it a little bit easier getting the supports off of it without destroying the thing. Well, that is definitely not the right one. Hopefully that's the right one. Let's grab this here, see what we got. Boom, there you go. Some more of those scratches and chipses and cutses and dings, all that good stuff there. Also not straight up white. This is most definitely not straight up white here. Nah, we're gonna roll this back here. So yeah, I think we've got. Oh gosh, I don't know if it's tomorrow or I think it might be Saturday, Valfira. That the new one happy choice brushes. Yeah, brushes are showing up. I do words, right, Camda? I totally do words. I cleverly disguise them as something else, but I totally do words. We can't let everybody know that right off the bat that that's what I do. So we hide those sometimes. Well, I hope that that turns out the way you're hoping there, Revlis. Let me try a little something there. Velfira, what it's going to be, because this is what was on sale at the store. We're going to have like the strawberry vanilla frosting with confetti cake. So, and they're going to be cupcakes. Except I do have googly eyes somewhere, Velfira, so the cupcakes will have googly eyes. And they'll just have to pretend that those are lambs. Yeah, strawberry cupcakes with googly eyes, those are totally lambs. Yeah, that's, well, the better thing there, Velfira, is at least I can give the neighbors some. Because the neighbors were nice enough to take in 2 big boxes that showed up while I was gone. I'm pretty sure that was on Sunday. Yeah, I think that was on Sunday. Don't worry, I will send out pictures of the, what is it, the confetti cake googly eye with the strawberry vanilla whatever frosting. Who knows? I might get cherry pie filling. Ooh, yeah, see, I could do that, Valfair. I could get cherry pie filling. I could cut out the inside of the cupcakes before I fill them, or before I frost them. That would be quite the surprise, wouldn't you say, Valfira? I felt bad for Jose, Valfira, because for me, those things, it's like, whatever, because I know what they are. I know how much they weigh. That was a little bit more of a hassle for Jose. But that's why I figured, well, I'll just get him some extra cupcakes there. Let me get some of my not too late on this stuff here. That's gonna lead a little bit late. Don't want that too late. That is not gonna be good. I wonder. I guess we'll leave that part alone for the time being. I think we need to get that a smidge a little lighter there. Now, of course, we haven't had any fast mat white out here at all yet. So there's no white here, anything like that on any part of this. We'll do this here. I felt bad for the creature caster folks there, Valfair, because just like last year, nobody knew where the awards ceremony was supposed to be. We walked to 3 different rooms, and none of their audio visual equipment was there, so they spent all this time making all the the presentation slides and everything. So I think that's going to be a tradition every year. I think if they don't order it, Valfira, that will be the key. Because if they don't order the all the AV equipment, they'll have a ton of it in the room. It almost seemed like Valfira. Now again, I haven't heard from anybody that actually caught something. So something tells me that maybe there wasn't really something terribly nasty rolling around. Of course, we could hear, we started hearing different things in a couple of days. Maybe other folks did catch something. All right, now we're going to start getting some of our lighter orangey stuff down in here. I think so. We still got our floral orange. Still got that out here. Where's me Indian yellow? There it is. There's me Indian yellow. That is quite the gob of stuff there. I'm gonna. Whoops, that thinner wasn't exactly going where it was supposed to. Here, we'll just let that sit there, start breaking down. Let's do this here. So yeah, yeah. No, appreciate all the folks that came by the table there down in Fort Wapple. That is appreciated. And again, I appreciate the folks that they snagged lots of the Cyberthuria stuff. They snagged all but one of the painted gummy bears. There was I came there with 28. There you go. This is all that's left. Lurtz is the only one left. So yeah, Velfred, this is going to be all of the shall we say your Mordred faction. Obviously, Morgan Le Fay, we gave her the greenish color. Let me do some more here. Obviously, Lancelot and Arthur and Guinevere had the lighter blue. Velfira, it's kind of funny. I've been reprinting a lot of the Arthurian stuff that's gone. Oh, actually, it's downstairs. Yeah, it's down. Actually, Velfira, I finally have a good usable print of the Arachne bust. Not the giant one, but the regular sized one. So my new supports on that worked. So we're going to be printing out a whole bunch of the gummies again. Like it's going to be very busy on the printing side of things here. And by very busy, I mean insanely busy. It's going to be 24/7 on the printing front here. Pretty much about the same frenzy as there was in the lead up to Adepticon. And then, of course, there are ones that have not been printed yet, like Shelob and Prince Imrahil. Yes, we have not printed Shelob or Prince Imrahil. Gotten going with the lighter orangey stuff here. And now we got one more level of lightness to go with said orange. Let me get more of this going here. There we are. So I know that, this is the other thing I want to try and do, Camda, is see if maybe by Sunday or something like that I can get the .2 nozzle in the bamboo because, well, I'm pretty much printing out large versions of the bust and figure. Oh, actually, here, so I'd like to try this one. So this is done with the .4 nozzle. I would like to try this one with the .2 nozzle and the 0.8 layer. So this is Danu. This is another one of the Celtic goddesses right here. Now, I had thought about painting this one right here. This is the Ariadne bas relief, but I kind of need to have, I needed to get to Mordred. And also, too, there is another version, Valfair, of the Green Knight. So he's got an axe instead of a sword. I was looking to do another version of him, and I just thought, I think he would be very fun with an axe. Again, the original one had a sword, But because of how this character is going to work in the game and the story, I thought an axe might actually be kind of more appropriate. Again, we will be going with some lighter orange here for sure. We gotta get more. We gotta get more orangey things up into here too. There's a whole bunch of orangey things we're missing. Like in there and there. And then we'll go over the top of that, right, with our floral orange and darken some stuffs down. Probably infuse it with a little bit of our Windsor red, I think. Let me get this going here. Trying to seek out new light and new object source lighting over here. Again, that's where my finger might have rubbed some of that away. No, way too much paint in there. So it is one very large digital, well, it's almost more like a big crystal, Valfera. So yeah, think of it as basically like a large sort of semi-translucent glowing crystal with all and fused with lots of circuitry. Because, cyber. Let me do this. There's even a special among those tiles that you saw. Well, actually, there's a new one that you didn't see. There's actually a special Lady of Shalott tile. There's, I think, yeah, you saw the Avalon tile. And obviously, that's where Arthur is going to. That's his starting point. There is Avalon. Too much paint. Too much paint. Got to get rid of some of that. Do we have all four of those? We got this one. So we got all four of those. Yeah, I'm going to lighten you up a little bit. Then again, we're going to go super light. Then we're going to go in reverse. We're going to start taking some of our floral orange, some a bit of the red, and we'll go over the top of it. It's like what we did with the manganese blue hue right on these. So you can see again, that's a little different color flavor right there. So yeah, the original one, that is the Avalon tile, and of course there are also corrupted versions of the tiles. Actually, I think there's three more that you haven't seen yet. There's a special Mordred tile where he cannot rule. He cannot create truth. He cannot alter truth, but he multiplies it. So that's basically he tries to overload the system. That's what he's trying to do, is overload the system. Everyone thinks that they're right. And again, the role of Arthur is to lend coherency. And the Green Knight judges those who would, again, seek to protect the Grail Code, which is a little bit jinky for Lancelot. He sort of works a little bit like Gaius Baltar in the Battlestar Galactica board game, where he has divided loyalties. Let me do this here. Some of this over there. Now I've reprinted the, because the Nimue figure, actually the Nimue figure and the Nimue bust both sold. So we're going to be doing a two-part tutorial series on Nimue for the Patreon page, and obviously that file will be made available to the Patreons so that people can paint along with that. Alright, that's going to have to set for a spell. Let's get some of our darker stuff here. And of course, we are going to be, we actually do have the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, which again is indigo. So we are going to start to bring out some of the not alkyds. Grab you here. So we'll get a little bit of the blending there. Start doing some chippy, choppy things here on the armor. So the tiles are very, very low relief. So the miniatures will sit on top of the tiles. The tiles they'll most likely be done in Maker World. So that's kind of halfway in between the tarot cards and the whatchamacallit there, the full-on bas relief. Maybe we'll chop that area up a little bit too, I guess. Now, it's funny that you should send the link to that, Valfira, because, well, again, there was a lot of stuff going on during the day that was a little jinky, but I realized, Valfira, that I need to start getting the grow stuff there. Because I kept thinking it was still March, Valfira. Nope, it ain't. It's not March anymore. Now it's April. That is probably something that I will probably order that tomorrow, Valfira. I also got to order some more soil. That went a little too far there. That's all right. We'll get that fixed up. That's okay. I'm gonna start to work on these lines a little bit too. I also need to get me some plastic trays for all that. There we go. Again, just doing some glazy stuff because this is FDM, right? That's gonna soak in there. This is our plinth on a plinth design. And again, that allows for a nice big old magnet, and all of the magnets, again, they did their job. They did their job very, very nicely. Need some more. Again, that's it's a mix of the basically indigo and the coal black from Paul Rubens. A bit extra dark in there. Some in there, and then we'll get our darker orange stuff in there too. We need a yeah. Let's darken this down, and of course, Erid, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link there, and again in the chat, I know you did before. If you want to share that again, that'd be fabulous. Let me do this right here. I think yeah, we'll have to go back with our lighter stuff on there too, I believe. Let me darken down some of this too. Not so sure, but we'll see what this looks like. See what it looks like in a bit here. Now we're starting to get the separation from the skin area that we wanted. That is better. And of course, Velfair, the sacred tomato plant, still has, well, tomatoes on it. The crazy thing is, Velfair, I could potentially, in the next, I don't know, couple of weeks, I guess, actually take that thing out there in the back. Well, I have to start digging up that garden too. That's I got to get rid of all the old stuff that's out there. Basically, just churn that up into the soil and do a mulchy thing. That's what you call multitasking. Gonna darken up some of this too. I want to come back with some of our latest light. We have not put fast matte white out here at all, by the way. You know what? I think I am just going to go with the darker stuff in there. Now we got to go a little bit, a little bit later. I might also see what happens when I use some of this as our reflected light color. Let me see what happens here. Oh, kind of liking that. I think we're gonna roll with that. I have one of those rototiller. Actually, I have. I think I have two different rototillers, Valfera. Shovel 1 and shovel number 2. Those are very fabulous, very reliable rototillers. The nice thing, Valfera, is that they don't require that kind of mix of gas and kerosene or whatever. All they require is chocolate-covered raisins, Valfera. Yep, that's how the rototillers work here in Wappleville. And of course, it should be a whole lot easier this time around because, well, I'm not, unlike last year where I was literally carving through rocks and bricks and pieces of ceramic pipes there, Valfira. Felt like I was doing an archaeological dig in Rome or something like that. Yeah, don't. I think that'll be a little bit different circumstance now. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit easier. Speaking of which, Valfira, the last couple of, well, I want to say the last 4 rounds of crazy weather stuff seems to have shown that all of the stuff that I did last year was worthwhile because my sister keeps getting water. Let's put it this way, Valfira, the people that spent thousands of dollars, they're getting water. So far, and of course I'm jinxing it, but I have not gotten any. So I'm kind of liking my method because my method cost about 20 bucks. We don't like to say the word cheap here, we just like to say frugal. So again, kind of alternating back and forth, light, dark, light. Oh, and by the way, this light here is it's almost a dark middle tone. Yeah, this that looks so light there. That is not light. That's just a dark middle tone. Spread that out a little bit more like. Let me get that. We'll get me some of that over here. Again, light and dark and light and dark. A little bit of mid-tony going on there. It's funny, Valfira, because at least 2 or 3 of the neighbors said, "Oh, that's no good. That's not going to work," or that was going to last long enough there. Well, it's already outlasted their stuff. And again, it would take about 15 minutes or so to basically reapply the stuff, if need be. And of course, it is designed to work when submerged. So even if there's actively stuff going on, you can still just throw that stuff on the wall. Today I'm getting a little light. Let me take some of that away. That is, I think that is better there. Yep, Valfira, if they had been, so we say, a little bit nicer about the whole thing, they could have. That's one thing about greedy, right, Valfira? You could be not greedy and get some things, or try to be greedy enough to get all the things and then get none of the things. Also, speaking of things, Armored Wolf and Co. They gave me these things, which are going to be part of a tutorial video. These 4 things. Look at that couple of Series 5s right there. Look at that's genuine cerulean blue, and that is cobalt violet. But I'm looking for this here. We're gonna get some of this gambling fast mat out here. So yeah, that was a bit of a Christmas present there from Armored Wolf, from their trip to MSS. Genuine, made in Italy, right there. Let me get a little bit of thinner on these. little more. Come on, a little bit more. There we go. I was thinking about using those in a special exercise. Maybe we use those on a on the Nimue. Oh, there you go. On the Nimue large-scale figure. See what happens with those. We'll see if that cerulean blue is okay. That was a little too thick, right? Well, no, too much thinner. That ended up not going where it was supposed to. So we'll try this again here. Again, less thinner this time. Okay, that one also went wonky, so we're going to try this one here again. Taking the again, too much too much of the thinner in there. Oh, I never did get my scissors, that's right. You know what? I think we also got the wrong brush here. Let's see. Maybe that's the one. Maybe that is what's going on. Yep, that's what's going on here. That is better for sure. Hit the old thumb right there. So yeah, we'll try to team those up with some Williamsburgs. I figure we'll use those in conjunction with some of our fabulous Mars. Mars colors there from Williamsburg. We'll break out the Indian yellow. Again, we'll break out all the stuff. We'll have cobalt. We'll have cerulean. It will be the Doomsday palette all over again. Kind of like the Zygamores. Remember the Zygamores? Let me get that in here. Let me do this. Let me try that. I'll lighten this up some more. Some more there. Also, let me lighten this up. Maybe these hit the tops of the crown here. Yeah, one little wonky there. You can see I'm trying to get a little teensy bit of rust on, not a bunch. I just want a little indication of that, some kind of darker rust there. That's it. I'm not gonna go any lighter than that on the rust. Now again, you can see we're kind of smushing away some of our yellow. That's why I was gonna only do the final bits of the, what would you say, the lightest orangey stuff until all of this was out of the way. Oh yeah, now we're really gonna get ourselves some bright lights on here. Like so. Also there. Let me do that too. More of this. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Doing this. Is it almost time to get to get the orangey stuff in there? It's getting close to more orangey time there. Let me subtract a little of that. That was yeah, that was a little bit on the much side. Take away some of that. Now let me try a little something here. Let me get the here we go. Come on, little. Sorry about the voice there. Yeah, so Valfira, just to try and make sure that there was something left for today from Monday morning, well, late Monday morning until Wednesday night. I basically said about 3 words because I do words, right, Camda? But yeah, I basically spoke to no one and said nothing for days. I called Kathy's family last night, but other than that, that was the only time that I talked to anybody. And I think that strategy paid off, and that I still somewhat have a voice here. May not be much, but it's better than it was, which was gone. Not so much from having to shout over stuff. Well, there really wasn't having to shout over stuff. It was just the duration. Not so much the volume, just the duration. Lots of explaining what all the Cyberthurians were. I'm going to get me some reflected light. Here, come on, a little bit more. A little something, something there. All right. Is that gonna be too late? That's getting borderline late down here. Let me see what happens when we take more of our floor orange. So we're gonna. Is that the darker stuff? think that is as dark as it goes. Yeah, we're going to take some of this here. Put that over here. Get that baby closed up. There we go. So again, the next stream, the Friday stream could be on the later side. It just depends on how mischievous nature gets around here tomorrow. Well, later today. And also depends on how much later. Because if the mischief passes sooner, well then it'll kind of free us up for starting the stream at maybe more of a normal time. Let me get this working here. So again, just trying to make a kind of a darker orange. Maybe I'll throw a little bit of this red in there too. That's certainly going to be a darker version of this. Let's see how this rocks and rolls on here. Maybe gotta be thinner. Break it down some more. Remember, the fluoros and the Indian yellow, they are hyper translucent, as in hyper translucent. As translucent as they are also that thick. They are really, really thick consistency colors, and that can confoozle some folks. Because no way something that translucent is going to be that thick. It's got to be the other way around. No, that's exactly how it goes. And that is precisely how it works. There we are, some of that in here. I'll try this. So this right here. Fine. I'm gonna put a little bit of a orangey glow on the fingers if that's how that's gonna be. Don't care. Get some orange over here. Throw some of that darker orange down in here. Maybe a little bit. Gee whiz, even more of the red. That's like almost a dark middle tone right there. No, not that much paint. Not that much. There. Now we're starting to get somewhere with our darker orangey stuff here. Same over, yeah, over here too. All right. this again, darker orange. It's the same stuff we did with the manganese blue on all of our other ones. Well, like Arthur, he was the last bust we did before Adepticon. You can see the difference here. Same concept, just different color. Thanks to Armor. We're posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, one of the latest Patreon videos was Cyber Galahad here. And, well, I think you can guess what the tutorial was. It might have had just a little something to do with shiny non-metallic gold. I mean, just a teensy bit. Also, too, again, that's another one of those where the patrons get the file because, well, if you want to paint along with it, you need the file. But that way you don't have to purchase that from some My Mini Factory or any of those kind of places. You just, again, those kind of things are going to be in a Google Drive linky there. And that way I can get that to the patrons. You can play along then, nice and easy. Again, I think that's number 4. There's at least 3 tutorials now that are based just on the figures that I've made. Whether it was the Shadow Lord, whether it was the Cylon bust. And yes, I got to print out those. I also have to print out the Babylon 5 busts. There's a ton of stuff that needs to be printed out. And I think I'm also going to start printing out some of the Byzantium War stuff again. So that, well, we can keep doing some Gymdark there, which people absolutely love that particular turn of phrase at Adepticon. So we gotta keep that going then, apparently. What's going on? Ah, there we go. We had nothing on this back here. More the orange to darken some of this down. I'm gonna try some of that up here as well. Start to darken down some of this. We'll probably come back in with our really dark stuff to separate some of these little lines here. Trying to reflect a couple areas here, maybe. Let me try something later. Better thin that down. It's getting awful chunky there. And everybody, please check out Armored Wolf on Instagram's fabulous dice bags. What are we at here with this? There we go. Come on. Get this lower line here. Alright, yeah, that got a little bit chopped up there. Getting that fixed up. So while we start darkening some of this down in here. Yeah, let's get that. Some darker orange there. Now, let me see if I can find me some of the Windsor yellow down in here. because I think that'll be a little bit lighter. Of course, if I can't find it, I'm just gonna go with some white and the Indian yellow then. The heck with it. I'll just go this way. And then a little teensy bit of the floral orange. It's just getting a little bit thinner in there. Get that to be broken down. We've got two really, really, really thick consistency colors there to break down. Got a big old chunk of something on that brush. Get rid of that. Yep, this way out. We'll have to come back to that for sure, I think. Let's make these guys lighter on the end here. That make some of this lighter here. Also doing this. This also, yeah, there we go. Get that, there we go. It's a little sharper on there. I have to do this on, I think there's still two more of those little sort of diode areas here to do. I think there's, yep, those two. Now let me get that taken back. There we go. Down into here. Bring it down this way. Also, like so. This guy needs to be touched up again. I think that takes care of him now. Alright, yeah, let me get the edges of the, I think yep, these two on either side. Gotta make those, whoops, lighter. As we get out towards the end here. Do that. Yeah, we'll lighten you up too. And let me a little later now. This now. I think I might still have to come back with some of my darkest dark here. As far as the black goes, well, the black armor-ish stuff, yeah, we'll have to trim some of our edges on that for sure. Yeah, I'm looking at that. Where's my... Oh, that fast matte white, that's solidified much faster than I was expecting on the palette there. I wonder... Let me see if I take some of that Prussian blue and some of this, well, I guess some of our periwinkle there. Look at that, we got, well, sort of had a green. Nope, that is way too much of a blue-ish color. We don't want that. So what we got here now. Back to my violet stuff here. Let me try this one more time over here. I wonder. Let's see, that might still be too dark. In between, yeah. That was just that was a little too dark. Fine. I shall go and give me some of the violet in here. Darker to separate those lips there. I think less of a glow type of thing, and yeah, that harder edge really. I'm gonna do the top of his eye too. I'm gonna make that even darker. All right. Also give it a little bit more of the indigo. Yeah. I think it's what it needed. When in doubt, make it darker. Take this all the way over. Couple extra. Let me use you. It's a little bit of a blending brush right there. Like that. Let me see if I can find a couple more little light spaces here. In the cloak. Well, okay, that's bit of the Van Dyke Brown in there. There we are. I wonder, again, that's kind of a bit like our skin tone as well. That's the, well, let's see, we haven't, you know what we haven't done yet, Valfera? We have not done one of those yet. I'm not quite, well, oh, you know, should show a little bit of a temperature difference here, Valfera. Yeah, I think it will. Actually, Valfera, we'll have to have this side by side with our Arthur here. So when we do that, oh, hey there, Recoil. I was just about to, I was just about to do a film noir, and I'm like, I didn't, you know, apparently Adama was very much in favor of a film noir there, Recoil. So let's do ourselves a quick little film noir, and then I want to have them both next side by side. Man, you'd never know there was any orangey, any kind of glowy things there. All right, let's get these again side by side. Let's bring this back. Boy, that's what is it? It's right about it. This is like it maybe 5%. You can really see it at about 15-ish. Getting closer to 50. Closer, closer. There you go. Can really see that difference there. So recoil. I think I sent you a picture of the dice, right? That was super successful. I was of all the crazy things that I did, this was one that I was super happy about because these worked out. And basically, what I'll be able to do is go into the image to STL thing and do a nice, really flat bas relief, and then go into Blender and stick that in there because I need, geez, like at least I think it was 7 different faces, right? Different symbols. That's what I'm looking for. I do words, right, Camda? So have a good night there, Valfera. Again, I'll shoot you some messages with some of the stuff. If I forgot, whoops. Well, yeah. All right, blending brush time. Blending brush, and check this out, recoil. We're calling this the cough drop resin. Yeah, because it looks exactly like these. Come on. I mean, it's literally the same exact color and translucency as one of these blackberry cough drops. So yeah, Valfera, here's hoping, right? Here's hoping a little bit less with the 80-mile-an-hour winds and a little less with the water and everything else. All right, blending brush to the rescue. Blending brush to the rescue. There you go. I wonder. We'll stick with this. Let's just stick with this here. Gonna go a little lighter up around that edge there. Let's hit this. I was super pleased, Recoil, with how those tiles worked out. And I think I'm gonna try to do those in Maker World. I don't know if it'll work there because of the hex shape, but we'll see. Let me try. Although I think actually I'll be able to do those in Meshi with a text prompt as well because I'm just using the one view. So that might actually work. Yeah, Rico. One of those is kind of your start tile. That was, oh gosh, what that was the Avalon one. Too late. Too late. Give me a smidge of that over here. And then do it again. A little bit of blending brush going on there. Maybe see if I can do a little something later, later right in there. No, I'm gonna go with this and that blue instead. Hopefully not too much thinner on there. Get that right up in there. Bingo. I'm gonna maybe take some of the orange away there on the ends of his fingers. Might come back into this with some more of the black. Actually, wait a minute. Let me do this orange first. Yeah, we got a couple of places we should do that. Let's do that. Right here. Take some of these down a bit, and this one, and I might even go a little bit more with the red. I might even, you know, I'm gonna grab me some of the violet. I mean, it would be nifty to have the Pearline Crimson, but we're not doing that here. Some of that dark now. Whoops, no, let's get back up here where that's the darker stuff. Darken some down, let others be lighter. Darken this down. Also that. And maybe hit these two. Let me see what we can do with that in here. Well, we gotta go with here. Let me try to match the gray. Let's try to do that here. Well, now that makes more sense. Yep, that was the issue. Back back to this gray. And we'll hit some of that here. I need some some about halfway in between. Also with less thinner than this. Thanks, Camda. It's really based not too much different than the gold now metallic that we did on Cyber Galahad there, but just making it darker. Much like Cyber Galahad as a true metallic metal, this will be interesting as true metallic also, Camda. I think, yeah, this could be pretty fun as true metallic. Well, even Arthur and Lancelot, we could do them as also as true metallic. Because I'm sure much could be learned from that. No doubt about it. May try to work in some more of this now. Right in here. Because that's a little jinky. A little less jinky now. Trying to utilize as much of that blue as I can. Let me try something here with the skin tone. I'm gonna grab this. Where's my something again to make it a bit more towards the gray. Is this? That's got a lot of thinner in it though. No, it's still sort of worked out. That is another piece right there. Okay, and let me try to give him an eyebrow here. Maybe darken that down a little more. Gonna raise that up. So there's only a couple of those Camda just kind of on the edges here, up in there, and then on his hands, maybe there, but there's very, very few of those. Yeah, recoil will we'll have everybody guessing. It'll be the brand new. It'll be the all the rage, right? Right, recoil. AMM. People have to figure out what that means. We won't say what it is. They'll have to figure out what it. The more mysterious it is, right? Recoil, the more popular it is. Yeah, So we have to make it as mysterious as possible to make it popular. Like always, we have to come up with some kind of cool name for it. Let me try some more of this. So I think just because of the way circumstances were today, I think I must have done at least 25 different STL files. No, more than that. Because I did at least 15 basing bits. More than that, because I think there was almost 7 just Mordred basing bits. And there was another 15 or so of the regular Cyberthurian bases. I'm thinking. Let me try this. Let me get all the orange out of there. Whoops. Okay, that ain't gonna do it. I'm gonna roll over here. Wow, that steals some of that. So, fine. I'm gonna take me a paper towel then and get rid of some of this. I guess I need more thinner in there. Fine. Because this thing is not quite in the direct. Well, first, wait a minute. Let me try this first, and then we'll bring in the darker stuff. Because that is not quite the direction it should be going. We'll take it this away. Like that. Now let me take this orange stuff here. Let me see what this is going to do. Also that. Where are we at here? There we go. There we are. Same thing here. We want some part of the orange there to be lighter, but we want the rest of this is again as dark as we can, and still have it sort of look vaguely like it's glowing. So, like I was saying, I might try to see if I can maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe to do an additional stream or something like that, especially if Friday doesn't quite work out. And again, if you do not see me on Friday, that would just be because weather is being mischievous here. Well, like it was today. Here we go. There we are. Of course, Rico, here's hoping that you're getting that much closer to doing the stream thing. I wasn't sure if you were going to try doing some streaming over this weekend here at Camden. Yeah, blending brush. Oh, and look at here, we have a handleless blending brush, Rico. Look at how this that can get into all these different places. Again, that's a special feature worth hundreds of dollars right there. That's it. It is completely customized. It's customized to the task. Gonna try to also maybe darken some areas of the hair. Just wiped out a little bit too much of the skin tone there. So we'll try that again. Like so. That's kind of funky there. We might either want to lighten it up or darken it down. Well, let's try a little bit of something lighter here first. Like you do. There we are. Might try to get maybe either side of the nostrils a little more lit up. Let me see what happens with this now. On the nose. Nose on this side. Now recoil those the Wapple Sable brushes there, recoil, that was super fun to make. And I do think Tony wasn't exactly the ideal video, but Tony did post a video of the shock treatments there with the speed painting. You know what? I'm actually gonna maybe go a little lighter with the skin tone right up against the. Let me get that blending brush again. Get real soft brush here, a little bit of the tap, tap, tap action going on there. We'll make him a little bit lighter, get right in there. I sort of got a little bit of reflected light there now. Yeah, we'll roll with that. Geez, Rico, I still gotta make the bas relief of this gent right here. Yes. And I think that this way we can kind of have the keyboard, right, be essentially facing the wrong way, but it works that way. And we have all the pieces of keys and stuff all over the place for the autocorrect monster. I'm glad that you'll be able to. And now, Cam, hey, why don't you post your Insta link again? Because I know you've got pictures of the Medusa, right, Camda? Yeah, that really that turned out super fabulous. Nah, that might be a little too greenish. It's a little. Come on, a little more. Come on. There's an awful lot of Prussian blue in there. Now, I might stick with even though there is actually a hair that comes down, I think I might stick with what I've got there. Let me try this Painsy Gray here in his eye there. Nope, too dark, too dark. Let's lighten it up. Lighten it up. Can't be too much though. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Cam that just shared, and also, Erin, before you head off to bed, why don't you share the Pinstagram link? Share that Pinterest link so people can give you a follow, and we'll see you later today on your stream. A little bit extra verdigris. The Swedish chef approves, right, Cam? Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erika Wife shared. Everybody please give Erika Wife a follow. Again, so that you can check out Erika Wife on stream later tonight. I'm going to get me some reflected light here again. Something like that. A little touch more. There we go. Might also, yeah. Let me try to continue that mid-tone this away a little bit. Also, I'm gonna try something here. Let me try something a little later. This area here. A little something there. Come on, go away. There's some chunky stuff trying to get on that brush. I gotta lighten this up a little. Oh boy. It's a good thing we're out in some open spaces there. There's a little bit of thinner on that. That was fixing to spread around all over the place. Go back to me darker stuff there around this. Come up, push that up a little further. Let me again, this is one of our bristleless brushes. Again, people would say, well, that's just a stick, but that's because it's in its modular form right there. Oh, that's got no. That's talk about a lot of extra work there, right, Rico? It's really nice that that's doing what you want it to do. Yeah, sometimes Rico, those things are weird like that, where you just think, just as you're ready to think, maybe it's not meant to be. That's when all of a sudden, some accidental discovery, some little twitch or something like that makes it into a very usable item, and all works out the way you want. Try and work a little bit of that red in here. Underneath those, also back in there. So yeah, Rico, hopefully you get a chance to do the streaming thing pretty soon. Let me hit some of that. Back to my orange again here. This is barely a middle tone, much less something that's light. Okay. Again, I've probably stuck my hand on that once or twice over there. yeah, recoil. Just like the basing bits that I just did. It required well, certain bits of failure from the past. That's for sure. I wonder. Let me see if I can get a little bit of my. Well, I'm looking forward to when I can use brilliant yellow pale in this situation. It would be actually probably the ideal thing here. Yeah, would be that. But we're not gonna do that here. We still need this one and our Mordred figure to dry very quickly. Get you put away there. Let me try. I'm just trying to get my reference back up here again. Get all this stuff out of that brush there. Well, now that's a pretty intense kind of peachy orange there. Get the ends of these even lighter right in there. Now that's that's extra nice there, Rico, because it the more of those you stack on top of each other, the more the more prone they are to going boom, right? When yeah, just again breaking that down. Come on. Now this is this guy here. Gonna try and catch now some of our latest lights on these bits and pieces here. Let me try to get that again. Light up there. And then a similar thing here. Not white, not even close to white. Try to, no. There's already too much light there. Get this now. This is probably as light as we're going to be able to go in any of our oranges here. Now let me hit these things here. There you are. Now we'll do this. Let me do this over here. That little extra bit of light. Nope, a little more. Come on, one extra hit there. Oops. Also there. And again, doing a similar kind of thing like we did with the Arthur plinth on a plinth, except with the orangey stuff. Where's our Morgan the face? So we've You can see we have another type of lighting there, the floral green. I'm hoping for next Thursday to have the Avalon bas relief ready. If not, then we'll hit this one here. Again, it would be the smaller resin printed one, I think, but this would be super fun to do that. Yeah, Camden. It was going to be the kind of the primary colors of the old painting. Then again, never got to do that back in the day. Still working with some of this lightest orange here. Let me take this guy. Just gonna get some of the stuffs out of here. I'm trying to reach a paper towel. It is too far away. There we go. And there we go. Now, thanks, Camden. I think long ago I sent you the original illustration of that. I can resend that to you. It's got lots of nifty, glow coming from the digital version of Excalibur there, and then it's basically on a data node, so that also has some extra glow. So there's a lot of stuff glowing on that Camden. I think, yeah, let me get this now. Now I'm going to try to soften this. We're just going to really scrub it. Look at this. We're really scrubbing that. Now I'm going to take some of my lighter stuff here. We need a little reflection there too. Bam. That happened quick. That did not take very long now, did it? I scrub this stuff here. I had to wait. Don't be hasty. Can't wait to show off the resin arachne sculpt that finally got. That took like 3 times to print that out. Third time seemed to have been a charm. Let me lighten you up here. The boom. There we go. That's a nice little forward leading edge, is it not? Lighten up that edge, and then this one a little bit. Bang. Looking forward to doing his sword on the figure, because this sword, I mean, orange red glow. It is going to be a very like part fiery, right? Part fiery, but also. Let me get some of this red. I don't want it to be all just. It's not supposed to be a flaming sword. It's supposed to actually be corrupted data, because again, Mordred, he can't rule, he can't create truth, he can't destroy truth, but he can multiply it. So he tries to essentially could do a couple of things. Overload the mainframe. It causes division and distraction because, well, everybody thinks they're right because there are now multiple truths, so he multiplies the truth. And again, the rule of Arthur is pretty much the opposite. Continuity, consistency. Of course, Lancelot with a bit of a weakness. Kind of a divided loyalty situation for Lancelot. Yeah, let me hit this here. I've also got the alternate Green Knight, so I'm going to try and... I don't know if I'll be able to get that print. I think I'll maybe try to print that up for the Monday stream or something like that. Again, Armada Mondays, we'll kind of pause on those while I try to get well, this stuff done, but also I'm only just now starting to work up again on my Middle-earth War at Sea stuff. I get all the heck out of there, so let me take some of the, again, that's almost just straight up red. Come on, a little touch of our floral there. Let's darken that down. Okay, I'm trying to basically have something that is a glowing eye, but make it look like it's sort of pointing in the same direction as the regular eye. Now, of course, we also want to thank Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Armored Wolf also super busy after Adepticon. I want to say thanks to everybody at Adepticon that came up to the booth, whether that was to say hello or whether that was to, well, to purchase some of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears or the Cyberthuria stuff or the Celtic goddesses. So that's very much appreciated, of course. Thanks again, Armor Wolf. That is appreciated. Yeah, this should be a little darker. Let's make that a little smidge darker. Thanks, Kathy. Yeah, it's really weird. After all these days, right? Very kind of strange. You would think with all of the time streaming that it would just be like, oh, haven't really left that long, but it definitely was the first time I've had a chance to paint since the last stream. Not really counting that class as painting because we wasn't really doing much painting there. It was mostly me just grabbing their miniatures and throwing paint on their miniatures in front of them. Let me darken this down here again. Super quick here. Nope. Gotta get me some more thinner in there. Is nice. There we go. So whether it's the next stream or the stream after, we'll definitely be doing the figure version of Mordred. No doubt about that. And that'll be the first one I get to use my basing bits on, and then the Green Knight will be the next one. So yeah, both Mordred and the Green Knight are going to be using my brand new Cyberthuria basing bits. Fine, let me take this. Okay, there we go. I think we got some sparkle there now. Even what looks like a little bit like chips there. Right, things are a little bit chipped up there. And let me do this here. Let me get a larger brush. Maybe do some dry brush stuff here. So we'll take this brush. Just gonna get some of this lighter stuff out of there. Some of the umber. A bit of our coal black. So you can see we kind of made a bit of a filbert type brush out of that. Blending brush. There we go. Couple touches more again. This is very much a dry brush. There's no thinner on here. And yet all this stuff is wet paint, so that's why we're getting this sort of wet blending look, even though the paint is super, super wet. Another blending brush here.
Who enters my domain?
How's about we welcome in Jason? How you doing there, Jason? Jason dares to enter our domain. That's very, very brave, so everybody should give Jason Fraley a follow because it is very free to follow Jason Fraley. That's why I do words. So Jason, how are you doing? And of course, Jason, you want to share some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. We are working on another one of our Cyberthurians here. We're working on another one of the busts. We will be painting up the figure version of this probably on the next stream. Last stream, which was about a week ago-ish, we did King Arthur, or Cyber Arthur. You can see we got a little bit of a different motif with the glows here, right? Because Mordred kind of sows disruption and discord, and of course Arthur's all about the cohesion and unity. So again, Jason, you want to share some links in the chat? Please go ahead. A lot of the figures are, they kind of they got sold at Adepticon, but we have the busts here. We have Lady of Shalott and her mirror or mainframe, and then we have our Cyber Galahad right here. That was part of a tutorial video. We also have some of our fabulous flats and bas reliefs. We've got Morgan Le Fay, we've got Merlin, and we have Lancelot. All of these painted in oils, all of these painted on stream. We've got, we also have the bust version of Lancelot here. All of our Nimues, those are all gone, but we do also still have the figure version of Lady of Shalott, a little bit of freehand, and Morgan Le Fay. Also, a little bit of freehand there. And of course, we've also been working on our Celtic Goddess series. We do have the figure version of that, and we also have the bust version of that. So it's been quite the interesting couple of about 6 weeks or so of painting our Cyberthurians. So Jason, again, you want to share some stuff in the chat there that you've been working on, and of course, we'll be working on stream. There we go. Everybody, check out that Instagram link. Check out that Instagram link that Jason just posted. There we are. And again, we got some more of our. This is also the non-cyber version of Lady of Shalott. We also have the figure version of our Morgan Le Fay. Or sorry, this is the Morgan. Again, straight from my own paintings. We'll be getting to her quite soon. Here is the bust version. And this is, that's resin. We call it the blackberry cough drop resin because that's exactly what it looks like. Like exactly. We'll also be getting to some more of our Celtic Goddess series. Here's our Danyu right there. Where's our Ariane Rod figure? Here she is. Yeah, here we go. So there's Ariane Rod. We also have the bust version of that. There we go. That's the Celtic goddess of the heavens. And oh, there's Branwen. We'll be busy. We got lots of stuff to paint. So there is Branwen. We'll be hitting that one as well. Yeah, it's actually Jason done lots and lots of those. Oh, gee whiz. Too bad we don't have more of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. But I do all kinds of stuff for printing. Goes ever on Dandelion in Middle Earth, Davale, Kurzlook, Highland Miniatures, Archvillain, uh, Papal 3D. That's right, Papal 3D. Hack and Slash. Actually, I just did a couple of figures for Hack and Slash. So Jason, you could always shoot me a message on the Instagrams there. And Gunnies, why don't you share your link one more time? Share your Insta link one more time before you hit the sack there, or get back to the day. I know it's well, it's pretty early for you. But what about 10:06 there, maybe in the morning? And everybody, please give Gunnies a follow. Everybody, check out that Instagram link. Check out the Instagram link. Give Gunnies a follow. So appreciate you being here, Ingones. Thank you so much. We have to do something going on over here. Let's maybe expand on this. Let's expand a little bit on that. I was wondering if there were going to be some special guests there, Ingones. Yeah, I figured there had to be special guests coming. Trying to throw me a little smidge of reflected light. So the kind of the basic story around your Cyberthurians here. The once and future king shall return at the hour of greatest need. It does not say when, it does not say in what form or how. And we determined that in this cyber form would probably be its most useful form. So Jason, that was for Ariane Rod here. I was actually part of an airbrush tutorial. So this one here, since she's going to have lots of different violet and magentas and such, just through a little bit. Normally we just hit it with some dark brown primer. We'll show you what that normally looks like. So here we go. This is the typical primer that we use. Just brush it on. This was the same thing. I just brushed on primer. So essentially this is how he started out. It was just like our autocorrect monster here, just with dark primer. Same deal here. So that's again, that's pretty much what he looked like 4 hours and 6 minutes ago. And again, gee whiz, I could have. Wow, that really does fit well on screen. I thought that was a good aspect ratio. We'll have to. Well, maybe who knows? Maybe next Thursday we'll paint that one. We've also done a bunch of our shadow box style figs. So these are really fun painting these shadow boxes. We've done several of those. But yeah, generally it's just some flat brushed on primer, and well, we do the same thing too when we're working on some of our Trench Crusade style busts here. Again, just brushed on that dark brown primer. Let me see if we can grab another couple of them here. So again, we have a whole bunch of these. My goodness, tons of those. I'm thinking. Let me try some of this here. Is this gonna be too bluish? Not quite. Nope, not quite. I'm going to carry that this away a little bit more. Let me squeeze some of that down in here. I'm going to try, let me try some of this. I'll leave it later, a little later. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate that. I wish I had more of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears to show you. Those have all sold. Of course, we use the oils on all kinds of fun things. We do a lot of historical stuff here too. Whether that's one 1800 scale ships or something like a T-3485 like so. Love doing some historicals. And of course, oh, let's see, where did that one go? Oh, here he is. Where's Grievous? There he is. Yeah. Or something like Grievous here, or there's a Gollum as Kitty Cat right there. So, object source lighting, always very fun. And of course, well, more object source lighting on something like our big sneaky snake. There you go. We did a bunch of these. I think we did 3 of those guys. Because, you know, Tomb Kings, of course. Oh, thanks, Jason. Well, we do a fair bit of 2D stuff here as well. I mean, normally that Flat Thursdays, we would be doing something like, say, these. All right, we really love our Flat Thursdays. We've done a ton of spacescapes, as you can see. All kinds of different color themes and such. So we've done a few of these. Let me grab him again. I think this is from. Is this from Highland Mint? No, this is from Titan Forge. Yeah, Titan Forge there. So again, kind of a Tomb Kings type of a deal. And again, all these painted with the oils. Oh, there's that Enchanter in blue, Camda. And again, here's of course everybody's favorite Wally the Walrus. Yes, he is. Turns out he is not just a master sommelier; he's a master brewer, and this is his scale ale. That's his own microbrew. Once you get used to the fish eyes and the scales and the bones, you'll absolutely love it. It's kind of an acquired taste. It's a bit of an acquired taste, but once you get a hankering for it, you never look back. I'm gonna try and get me a little something here. Trying to get some a little more in there, but still maintain the orange glow there. I think might have to hit that lighter there too. All right. Let's see what happens with this. Where are we at with this stuff? Fine. There we go. Like so. Lighten you up in there. Also, the end of that here. So yeah, typically tonight would be more of this stream would be more of a flat Thursday. I don't. Unfortunately, all of my flats are still. Well, a lot of those are gone. Well, here's one. We have one left here. These are. We call these the tarot card version of our flats. But we also again have some that have a little bit more relief to them than others. Here's another instance where we needed to get more of our orange. There we go. And yeah, we'll be getting back to our Flat Thursday. I needed to have. I'm trying to at least film the mock-up version of basically a video kind of explaining all the Cyberthurians here. And I was kind of hoping to have the Mordred bust and the Mordred figure painted up. You know what? Let me reverse this a little bit here. Let me take some of the orange here. That makes a little more sense now. Yeah. Yeah, Jason. Actually, that it kind of started in a very weird way. It started with somebody that had contacted me a few months ago about a Celtic drum that I had painted. I think I did 3 drums with this Celtic goddess. I don't have the original painting with me here, but I painted essentially this face on a drum several times, and the drum that they had got destroyed in a house fire, and they asked if I could do another drum. I said, well, I can't get the drums anymore. They asked if I could do a print, and at that time I did not have a printer anymore to do just a regular 2D print. And then I said, well, I was thinking about printing out a bas relief of it, and they got very excited because they could just kind of have that on their desk with them. And I liked the bust so much that I also did a figure version. And after I did the figure version, I just thought, well, what the heck? What if all the wheat fronds were actually basically fiber optic? So again, instead of wheat fronds there, that's fiber optic, and you can see she has cybernetic bits right there. And then I realized I had about 11 different Arthurian paintings that also could be turned into something like that. And that's why we went with the cyber version here. Now you can see them on the Instagrams. You just check out Wapelius on Instagram. You can see there's a whole bunch of them already posted. I think I just did another new post. Yeah, I did another new post of Galahad. So this one is up on the Instagrams now, and this was a tutorial video on the Patreon page. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot we still have our Guinevere bust right here. I'm also working on a board game for them and also a role-playing game. Earlier today, I was designing all of the game tiles. It's sort of a tile building exercise. Now, thanks to Armored Wolf, I just posted the links to the YouTube channel. Again, that is the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Get a little more orange there. And what are you doing up here? That's gotta maybe be a little darker there too. And then that can't all be so that we gotta darken this down. So I think, let me see if I can find those somewhat easily here. No, that's not what I'm looking for. There we go. Actually, here's some basing bits that I developed here. There's the dice we're gonna fill in the faces in Blender, and then again there's kind of a corrupted node for again that's gonna go on the base of our Cyber. Here we go. There's another version of that's gonna go on the Green Knight base. There's another corrupted node that's going to go on the figure version of Mordred here. And then let me see if I can find the our tiles that we were doing. There we go. There's our tiles. So this is more of a kind of almost like a generic terrain tile. That's a corrupted Avalon. You can kind of see how the tiles are going to be going together. There's more of our basing bits, and there's this is where it all starts, because this is Arthur's origin point right here on Avalon. And then of course you can see we have a few different types. Oh, look at, there's another corrupted tile, because that's what Mordred does. And of course been working on the card art, character cards, action cards, and essentially, the Lady of Shalott is the mainframe. She sees it all in her mirror. And, well, if Mordred sows too much corruption and multiplies the truth too many times, the mainframe is overloaded, and much like the Lady of Shalott, she kind of dies, and well, the mainframe shuts down, which is not a bueno thing for humanity. So that is what the Grail Knight are trying to restore and protect the Grail Code. So we're starting off with the board game, and then eventually hoping to get into more of an RPG thing with it too. Trying to hash out the characters and the environments and the story, doing the board game, and then sort of going back to do the RPG. Oh yeah, Jason, it's an army of one. It's all me. But that's something that I always like doing. Even the Tomb Kings there. Well, here you go. You can. There's we like doing stories here. Let me see if I can get to my Tomb King super quick like here without taking too long. There's my there we go. There's my Tomb Kings. So there's a whole story behind this. Essentially, Tzeentch tainted Tomb Kings. So the Tomb Kings, they wanted to be real boys again, and the Tzeentch god said, "Oh, I can make that happen for you. You just got to do some things for me first." And all of the statues became alive. They turned blue. All of the braziers turned blue. All of their armor basically turned to quicksilver. You can see the carrion birds. Well, those were actually his pet birds. They had two heads, and now they're quite large. You can see the story is told on the board there. You can see the Tzeentch god on the hieroglyphs. There you can see all that stuff is sculpted. The Hyro Titan on the left, the Colossus on the right. The obelisk there kind of tells the story of the Empire and Bretonnia knights that were questing in the lands of the. There you go. You can see the Tzeentch god on that wall on the right hand side there. So that was very fun. And of course, our Lizardman army, same way, with Sticky Wicket, the general. And then, of course, here's our board there, the Temple of Blood. Because, we got to have the stories. We did the same thing with our Eldar army and had lots of fun with that. More of our orange here. You know what? I'm gonna go, let me do this. Let me see if this is gonna work out here. Let me take some of our Payne's gray, a little bit of our black here. Yeah, ooh, there we go. There we go. So yeah, I had to buy myself another notepad or stenopad, whatever you wanted to call it, because well, there's lots of stuff being written down and lots of flow charts. I wouldn't be surprised if I need a second notebook. Yes, Jason. Well, let's see. I think it was this the first one. Oh, I don't have my Cylon bust anymore, but this. Here we go. So I needed a figure for. Oh, look at that freehand. So this was a three-part tutorial series, and this was a sculpt that I made. It kind of started out here as me trying to recreate. Well, so this is one of the 9 Nazgul. GW did some not very good figures 20 some odd years ago, and they're even less not good now. And I thought, well, what did they look like before they were wraiths? And I liked this so much, then I thought, you know what, let's maybe use that as a freehand tutorial. So I made it bigger. The idea is it's got undulations, but they're just a little bit more even, right? And I was able to get the fabric looking the way I want. We also have been doing characters for our Harad army. Oh, and let's not forget, we are also designing our Middle-earth War at Sea game. So there's the Harad flagship. Also have the Gondor flagship. Here, here we go. Where's that modeling clay mock-up? Here it is. Look at this. This is hilarious. So there's the modeling clay mock-up of the Gondor flagship. and essentially used a few different things to, for all intents and purposes, 3D scan it. And that ultimately ends up in Blender, well, like everything does, for details, for adding on things, or taking parts from one thing and adding them on to another, like we're gonna do with our dice. Because, well, one of the things I realized that if the patrons want to follow along my tutorials, pretty much means they've got to be part of 17 different Patreons and tribes like me. And, well, they may not quite have the funds for something like that. And if I can make it so that, well, they just kind of get the files as part of the Patreon page, then they'll be able to spend more time painting and less time trying to make money to buy all those extra files. So yeah, the Harad flagship kind of started out the same way, because waterline is that's kind of critical for making ships. At least if you're going to use them in a game. You know what? Let me darken you down a little bit more here. Yeah, I think that is better. Let me try to get me some orange here. Where's my file? I'll start with this, and then we'll go over to there we go. So now we're not really tainting that so much with all of the black. Or Payne's Gray, which is, of course, indigo, because it's from Williamsburg. A little something right in there. A little more orange here. There we go. There we are. Might try to get some skin tones. Let me see if this will work. Not so sure. Not so sure, but we're going to give it a try anyways. That's a little bit on the lights. We're going to cut down some of that too. Rework that edge just a bit there. Now I need one light edge on the top of his lip here. Is there anything that's light enough to mix with our terrosa here? With hopefully not too much thinner either. So it is 4:28 in the morning, and actually we're just about to do the raid thing. We shall do the raid thing now. But thank you very much, Jason. And again, if you want to shoot your Instagram in there one more time before you hit the sack. And well, now we've been doing this for about 4.5 hours, so we're also again going to do a little bit of a raidy thing. Yes, indeed. So here we go. We have yet another one of our Cyberthurians. Oh, no problem there, Recoil. No problem. God, boy, Recoil, there's so much more stuff to show you, even from what I showed you earlier. So here is our last two busts there, Camden. Look at that. Arthur and Mordred. It's kind of funny. Usually we would start with these, right, Camden? We're kind of ending with them as our bust series here. So everybody check out again, Jason Fraley on Instagram there. So again, thanks everybody so much. I appreciate everybody joining here. And again, we're going to paint the figure version. I'm not sure if that'll be the next stream, but one of the next two streams, we're going to be painting the figure version of Mordred. That's fabulous there, Jason. Again, just shoot me a little message on the Instagrams, if you don't mind. That'd be fabulous. And again, thank you so much for the raid.